that they can possibly get so they can determine what the next step is and whether they pursue some sort of sanctions or something on them. But that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you so much, Chris. Let's go over to Katha. And if we rotate some people down, we'll bring you back up if you have more to share. Again, we just have a huge line of requests. So, and everyone, you guys, listen to this. Listen. Retweet the space, okay? That would make me so happy. Like legit. Okay, Katha, go ahead. And you know what, Katha, retweet the space. I'm going to talk some nonsense for a minute while you retweet the space.
Well, I already did retweet it.
Oh, okay, go. You know what, everyone, be like Katha and retweet this damn space. Katha, the floor is yours, my friend. Go ahead.
Because I think Phenom said that if, or maybe it was you, said that if we didn't, you'd kick us off. So I retweeted it right then.
I never said that. Oh my God, but I can't believe it worked. But I didn't say it. Please.
I was totally kidding. I was kidding.
I know you were kidding. I know you were kidding.
She was kidding, but we gotta make that part of our shtick.
I did it anyway. So everybody else should do that. Anyhow, I'm going to go at this from a slightly different angle. And that is that I know that our own government tried to scare the shit out of us about COVID, and they did. It worked. And it was a big psyop, and they got us to comply with all kinds of things as a result. Maybe not all of us here, but us as a country. And I'm just waiting for the next time that they try to do that. And they're going to try to do it in a different way because we'll all catch on if they try to do it with another disease, right? So when I see something like this, what I know is that there's a whole lot I don't know. And I'm appreciating all the people speaking who do know some things. I'm learning a lot. But what I want to say is I want to put in a plug for not getting afraid, that we have to put out the message that no matter what happens, we should not be afraid because we don't really know what it is. It might just be a psyop again. And I'm not that kind of in psychology, so I pay attention to things like that a lot. So I just want to say that, so I appreciated some of the people saying, don't be afraid, or reach out to other people, and don't let them divide us. Maybe that's the second thing that I would say, is just don't be afraid, stay strong, and don't let them divide us, and try to reach out to people maybe that you don't always agree with, to see if you can find a way to agree with them. So that's all I have to say, and thanks for this great space. It's so nice, those other spaces. I think they're psyops in a way. They're right. They just argue about stupid things. We don't fight. There is no aspect of it. People fighting. It's combative. I don't like that. They don't like that. We don't like that. We just want to have conversations. So, you rock, my sister. Come up anytime. I appreciate your contribution. So I think to go ahead to put away to the space real quick. Why not? You know what I'm saying? Why not? There's three balloons. One was a Canada, and one was a Latin America that came out about an hour ago. So there's more trauma further. Some kids are almost like they're hot in the water systems in the Northeast. Like last week, they took school days off. What the hell is going on here? I watched a big group of 15-year-old kids that get caught putting water balloons up. I'm sorry, I don't just say that because it's lovely out in the future. Is that Aaron? Do you want to explain what these balloons are? Balloons. Okay, Aaron, just I don't give a little description on when we started the space. I think there was a new module that I'd like to see a lot of people. Can you give another description? Because I think it's interesting. Because I made other ideas of people asking, like, what's the use of balloons? Like, all of those things. And like that. The balloons, they're showing the weather balloons
I mean, I'm not saying I think it does. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying I definitely, I, I mean, I agree. There's something going on here. It's just not, yeah. So anyway, and Tisha,
Dallas is here, by the way. He's pretty informative.
well, you know what, Dallas? Welcome to the stage. Okay, you're not going to squat on the stage in my space. You can speak and contribute, but you're not going to squat. So, Tisha, and please retweet the space. Tisha, thank you so much for contributing, and also thank you for retweeting the space. I appreciate you. I said,
No problem, honey.
Yeah, thank you. I said Emmanuel could go. I think, right? Go ahead, Emmanuel.
Thanks for letting me back up. I wanted to kind of agree with Aaron and Katha South. I mean, if we think about, big picture, the Pentagon decided to proactively inform the United States public and the global community that a high altitude Chinese surveillance balloon has penetrated our sovereign airspace, which is an act of war, and is traversing the continental United States. And by the way, we're not going to do anything about it. It just doesn't make any sense. I think there's an objective with this happening, and I think that the objective is to distract us. Earlier today, I watched a tweet of a video of a Russian official giving a prepared speech where he was going into detail about the specific U.S. governmental agencies that have been involved in the biological weapons programs in Ukraine and what they have been doing in detail that I have never seen come out of Russia. And maybe it's a summation or a condensed report of the files that came out. I don't know anything about those files and what's in them specifically, but they were giving very specific information.
Emmanuel, sorry. Aaron and Phenom, I don't know if anybody can look into this, but somebody just DM'd me and said National Guard was activated in Georgia and Florida. Or I guess Michael Douglas has the info on it, but you can continue, Emmanuel, and then you can find out.
Well, let me add to that real quick. I mean, they have every right to do that, being as that no one's actively done anything about it. I mean, the states have a right to protect their citizens, and if the government, NORAD, and the Department of Defense is going to be vague about all this and get everybody up in this uproar about what ifs, then good for them. Balls to the wall. Shoot the fucking thing out of the sky.
Can I just say another word here? I said this was like a psyop. I'm not sure it's necessarily a distraction. I mean, there are plenty of reasons for distractions right now, but my biggest fear is that they're just going to not do anything. And they won't protect our borders. You know what I mean? Just like what they did with
not like
COVID.
The Pentagon has been caught with its pants down, and it has to get on TV and tell the American people what this is about. I mean, the Pentagon can shut down any sort of inquiry from any locality, call it national security, say that's none of your business. Don't talk about the balloon that you see. It's not there. I mean, there's been all sorts of things flying around in the sky that people have reported, and it doesn't hit the news. The Pentagon has decided for some reason that they need to get on TV and dominate the news cycle.
Right. But is it to distract us or to make us more afraid? That's my point.
I think that they have several of these sorts of ops in the hopper ready for whenever they need them. But I'm not convinced that there is a balloon, just because I don't have any direct evidence of it. But so, for the last 45 minutes, I've been looking and scouring all of Twitter, all of my Telegram channels. I cannot find this tweet anymore or anything related to it or the video show up anywhere. I was going to post it up here and just kind of leave it there and say, this is why, if you hear the information that's being given, it's very, very particular, very detailed, and calling out the specific U.S. governmental agencies that have been involved. But so, um, I do think that they're trying to dominate the news cycle. I do think it serves dual purposes, that, to scare and all that sort of thing, to draw ire to China, all these different things. They can kill several birds with one stone. But I'm kind of coming to the conclusion in my own mind, my dominant theory is that this is a distraction from the intelligence coming directly from Russia, which they had never done before, publicly given that sort of direct, very, very detailed intelligence in their speeches. So, I'll leave it at that. But that's my kind of take on this. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, they don't have to get on TV and say anything about this. Anybody that's reporting this can be shut down, like they have been for decades. If the government has a secret, they don't want people to talk about it, they're not going to get on TV and talk about it. Why tattletale on themselves and tell the American people that we're going to allow a foreign nation to commit an act of war against us, and we're just going to do nothing? It doesn't make any sense.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Let's go to Michael Douglas.
Hi guys, I was just listening calmly and waiting my turn again, because I want to make clear to you guys I'm not trying to lie or be sensational. I'm here because I've been tracking this all day. I had the day off. I just want to respond to a couple of criticisms I've heard. And the funny thing is, a lot of the people that have criticized my points have said the exact same thing. A couple guys said that, and they said the same thing. It's like, wow, two different human beings had the exact same thought. That's weird. China's not going to hurt us because of the economy. Do you know what an EMP does? An EMP makes it so everything's intact. The power goes out. So, again, that's a good point too. They could invade, but the bad things start happening when the power goes out is their own society falls apart. But most of the infrastructure stays together, because we can't fight back the same way. So that's a ridiculous notion that they need us around because of the economy. They're the second largest economy in the world. If they wipe our economy out, come in and take over all our industry, all our natural resources, why do they need us? So that's just nonsense. And two guys said that exact same thing. That was really strange to me. It's like they get those talking points from people and they filter down from the news, and they all kind of say the same thing. Our military's got this. They can shoot it out of the air. Then why did one of the people from our military go on the news today and say we can't shoot it down because of the payload? Why would they say there's a payload on it if there's no payload? Now, I'll admit, it could just be a balloon with no actual EMP. It could just be gathering data. But the balloon is not a weather balloon. They've been spotted in places other than America. So if you're saying kids all over the world organized and decided to, in Canada and different parts of the U.S., they had a little, I don't know, some guy said he hacked a telephone pole or something. If they all got together and said, hey guys, let's all throw massive balloons that are the size of 3 buses.
Where are the pictures? I just want to see the pictures. Pin them up top.
Do you mind not cutting in on me? I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I've posted pictures. I posted a link to the YouTube video from the lady who mentioned that it's been tracked all day. There's a photo of her right now on YouTube. And it's also being tracked in the air, just like they tracked Elon's plane a couple weeks ago. Tried to kill his kid, if anybody remembers that. So anyway, there's a link in YouTube in the comments for the chat. I linked to the explosion in Montana. So you can go look at those in the chat. So I don't think that's an argument. But just quickly, and I need to go because I have things to do, but why would somebody want to discredit And I don't know if you guys know who Tom Fenton is. He's
Yes, we do. We do.
he's for
Most people.
Judicial Watch. He's for Judicial Watch. He's very well respected. He's saying the exact same things I am. So if you're gonna want to go watch his video on YouTube, I mean, he's in the Mario spaces that everybody loves so much.
Okay, so can you not come here and promote another space, Michael Douglas?
I hate Mario spaces. Can I just say that? I think they're terrible. I think he's terrible because
no, it's okay. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know, but I just want to get that off my chest. I think he's a terrible gatekeeper for the Twitter files. I think we need a real academic, a real journalist, a real person who really cares about the truth and not somebody that just brings in his left-wing friends to kind of crap all over the ideas and waste hours of people's time. You know, we don't have time for that. Working class people don't have time to listen to academics and doctors, not the good ones, but these people who just want to waste your time. You know, we need real accountability. We need a real tribunal. These are war crimes against people. These people that are saying, oh, it couldn't be World War III, the guy that said it couldn't be World War III. So you think the war in Ukraine wouldn't cause World War III? Russia could nuke us at any time, pal. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. And the gentleman who said that about China, he's 100% right. China has been gearing up for war. I have a link to this on my page. I'll put it in the chat, but they've been building off-sea military bases in the South China Sea. There's a law that you can only go a certain many miles off your coast to build things. That's your sovereignty. They have been building bases outside that line to try to control the South China Sea to get oil. They want to take Taiwan back because they see Taiwan as their state, just like Russia sees Ukraine as their state, because they care about their country, they care about their nationality, and they're trying to take that back. America doesn't care about their country. All we care about is social media and lying to each other and stabbing each other in the back. These people care, and they're building military bases in the South China Sea. So you think they would do that, violate other countries' sovereignties, but besides ours, and not take us out? They're going to war. Russia's already gone to war, and they're going to war for the same reasons. And people just need to wake up. I mean, it's exhausting to like track this stuff all day, and people just don't want to believe you. They just make up these inane stories when they have like no concept of like what's going on in China. The news coming out of China is heavily censored. It takes a lot of effort to find out that, the gentleman that said, China doesn't will people into their homes. That's been 100% proven. The reason the Chinese people stood up.
I'm sorry, I got to correct you. A woman said that. It was Phenom. Go ahead.
No. She was defending it. She saw the video.
Oh, yeah, she said, she noted it. Yeah, she noted it.
Yeah. The guy, there was a guy in here that said, oh, that's not true. China didn't do that. 7 people died in a fire in China because they could not get out of their building. And that's why China has been rioting all before Christmas. I'm positive 90% of you don't even know that because you just believe whatever you're told. So there was a fire in an apartment building. 7 Chinese people burned to death. And that started a nationwide protest, the first one since the protest in the Tiananmen Square. I don't know if anybody remembers that protest, probably not. But, Biden's and the Democrats would die to have the power that China had. Because, they locked their entire country down. They had a zero COVID policy. If one person in a million got COVID, the entire block was shut down. They could not leave their homes. They welded people into their homes, and people died because of it. And because of the pressure, they had to stop. They want to rule with an iron fist forever, and they don't really care about the people that are destroying our country, because you're going to go down too.
So I want to say something to that, Michael. So I agree with you, and I just want to give people just a quick anecdote about that. So I was hired during COVID by a family. The mother lives here. The mother lives in Los Angeles. She married an American man. Okay. Her daughter was living in Los Angeles. She's from China. She's Chinese, sorry. Her daughter moved back to China. Why? Because she married into one of the wealthiest families there. So I want to explain something, that they live in one of the nicest buildings, and they live like royalty, okay? And they're both under 25, okay? So when this happened, they had to hire me to do what I do basically and help get her daughter out, because they could not leave the apartment. It is really that bad. These are the wealthiest, okay? She was going insane. And when we were able to get her here after months, we weren't able to get her here, but out of China. And she finally came here, right? When she was able to come back here, the stories that she told, she said that people in her building who were like diplomats and the richest people in China, they were screaming and howling. And so I just want to say, like, it's bad stuff does happen there. I've heard it from first accounts. Like, if the government wants to shut something down, they will shut it down. And even the richest people with the most connections, we had to come up with a ruse to basically get her out. I mean, it was just crazy. Anyway, I just wanted to say that, and I do want to thank you, Michael Douglas, for that. I do want to just go to a couple people who have not spoken yet, and then we'll come back to you guys who have, if you don't mind. So, Dallas, what do you got? And then Chris. Go ahead, Dallas.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Try to be quick. I mean, so yeah, I think like whether it's, U.S. government incompetence, which it is, the CCP being, bad intentions, which I believe is a
Hey, Dallas, your audio is kind of bad. Are you on Bluetooth? No. Is it just me, or is his audio bad?
No, his signal
Audio is really
signal's bad.
So maybe you're on Bluetooth. If you want to get off of Bluetooth and then try again. It was pretty bad. I couldn't even hear anything.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have it on Bluetooth. My headphones are down. But if it's still bad, I can jump off. I don't want to hold you guys up. But
actually, now it's much better. So go ahead.
Yeah. So I think just the point I was trying to make with it is like I think it's like alarming that, if you can sneak a balloon in the way that they did it, you can also do that with, a weapon that has, whatever, bioweapon. It could be like somebody mentioned EMP, and like all these things are potentially possible, which is scary. I think, most of us in here, I would say probably are more seeing these, an issue like this similarly than we are differently. But I just think it just reeks of, like the indecision from it. I mean, you had like when the Challenger blew up, right? Like no one got hurt from debris, right? So it's like I always go to, I'm sure like many of you do, if you want to know what's not going on, like go to CNN and kind of read their take on it, and that'll give you a good counter signal to what's not going on. And like even there, right, it's like the same couple narratives, which is like, oh, we don't want to blow it up because debris will kill people, but it's like there's really no precedent to prove that that's the case at all. That would make sense. And then beyond that, like I think for me it's just it's no secret, like, and I've been in spaces with Phenom and others where the Biden corruption in China is, I mean, as bad as, almost anybody in American political history. And so I think that they know that they can just sort of walk, over him and others. And I think, again, most of sort of the establishment in the U.S., I think they're almost envious of like the control China has. And so they're trying to move things in that direction, which, everybody who's in here is obviously totally against that, as am I. But yeah, I mean, it's just a bummer that seems to be the response. But again, I was just like, what is this being pushed to the top of the storyline to maybe distract people from? Who knows? But I'm just, again, not optimistic that, like the arrogance of a country like China is going to sort of slow down until you get a real changing of the guard from the people that we have in there right now, because they've just made too much money over the last 30-40 years in China to to be somebody who's going to push back against some of the things that they want to do. So I'll probably end it there, but this has been a fun space to hear from you guys so far. Thanks.
Thank you so much for contributing. I appreciate your thoughts. If anyone wants to comment on that, go ahead. Otherwise, I'm going to go to Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Spinks, thanks for letting me speak. And I'm going to kind of bust the myth that China snuck this balloon into our country. If you see what I just put up into the nest, Marjorie Taylor Greene has basically blew the whistle on the Biden administration. The Congress just found out today, but the Intelligence Committee of the Biden administration has confirmed that they knew about this a couple of days ago, actually, and it was over the Aleutian Islands, which is actually in between Russia and Alaska, and they could have blasted this thing out of the sky safely. So for Biden to say the reason that they didn't shoot it down is because they were worried about debris falling on civilians is a total lie. They just used that as an excuse once it was already onto the mainland of the continental U.S., and that their administration should be held fully accountable for knowing this days ahead of time and lying not only to the American people, but he kept it from Congress. And this is just further proof that he is owned by the CCP. Let's just call it for what it is. He is Beijing Biden. Him and Hunter are paid off by the CCP. And yeah, this time it's a spy plane. Next time it could be something far worse. It's something that needs to be taken very seriously. And he needs to be held fully accountable for keeping it hid for days on end. And this is something that didn't need to be floating over our country. And I still think it needs to be, the Air Force needs to respond and escort it out of here and, make it land. And if there's somebody on it, get it, let's lock them up. And if not, let's seize the equipment that's on it. I mean, this thing should not be allowed in our airspace. This is a sign of weakness. And let's just face it. I mean, this all started with, the pathetic exit of Afghanistan. And we're seeing that effects today. I could get in a wide range, the Ukrainian war and everything. I'm not going to go on a big rant about it, but the weak leadership of this president is why stuff like this is happening. And if President Trump was in there, this would have never happened. They wouldn't have dared stick one sheet of paper in our airspace, let alone this balloon. Thank you so much, Chris, for
She's from the Middle East. She left to outlets. And my personal opinion, I'm somebody that's always prepared for the worst, and this is kind of freaking me out. That's all I'm saying. Anything that flies over the U.S. borders, the military pilots not only has the right, but they also have the obligation to annihilate what comes over our U.S. spaces. It's just kind of freaking me out. I'm not a nut job. However, I'm a single dad with full custody of my daughter. And like I said, I'm always prepared. But I was not prepared for this. And they've been tracking this for well over a week, according to what reports I've been reading. It's very concerning. I think you'll also be concerned. This isn't for years. It started before Trump came to power. He lost an alternative presidency. He was constantly maligned and attacked for years and they have to relocate him. Trump's not Hitler, folks. Trump is barely Margaret Thatcher. I mean, Margaret Thatcher, who really never found first, and she wasn't Hitler. People don't know what Hitler is. But, the FBI and the CIA and the Gestapo and the deep state, they're running the show. They're the fascists. And I'm just challenged. I'll say this, I'll leave. Are the centrists, are the leftists, are the people that read the books from the last 5 years, are the academics, are the scientists, are the people that think they're smarter than the average person. What I want you to do is just sit down and think. Maybe we should listen to the people that we silenced. Maybe we should think about our elections that are being stolen. Maybe we should think about the fact that we have people in political prison in our own country over a stolen election. I can get deep with you on any of these topics, brother. And I'd love to, because I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to help you. So, God bless everybody. Here in this country, we're just trying to destroy it. And we allowed our soldiers to die in World War II, and we won World War II and killed more of them than they killed of us. And I'm proud of that. So we gotta start being polite to the people that ask their try to kill us. And get excited. All right, guys. Love you all. Have a great weekend. Pray families. Read the Bible if you have one. Revelation is a great book. If you haven't read it, there's a lot of good wisdom in there. I'll get real. And thank you for that. How about you give me some space? Go ahead and then Elias, and then Banks, and then Joe, and then Anastasia. Okay, and guys, we have some people waiting on the road to get mics too. So we're going to cycle you down. You've spoken once before, and we'll always be happy to bring you back up. So, yeah, this is crazy times, but we're all in this together and to share each other's ideas, not to judge them. We are running in different ways. So, with that, please go down to the bottom right and retweet the space, or you can be kicked out, and you'll never be able to return. And with that, we'll go on. Let's go to Black Lab, you handsome man. Let's go to Lab. Yes. Go ahead. Yes. I'm sorry, my son called and was asking me for a ride. I told him to take the walk. So, all of it, and the balloon and everything. Oh, hold on, is your dog? That is my son. What is your dog like that? Yes, my dog. Yes, that's also in Portland, Austin. And we had a little ice apocalypse in our city. We collected like $100 million out of Austin Energy to, buildings for the homeless, all this other stuff. And the city council, we put an electric company 100%. And the city council basically runs it. And so all of a sudden, we have 3 days of rain where it freezes at night, more than North Texas where it was snow or ice. And so all this water collected on all these trees. And we have this massive canopy of 200-year-old trees all around the center of the city. So literally, 170,000 houses just went out of power because the branches were weighted down with frozen water and broke all the power lines. And our Austin Energy had spent a bunch of money somewhere else. And say and make a contribution is that, of course, we need to be prepared, right? So I have natural gas furnaces in my attic, and I put a two on one each line, ran out the cable and back down to my backyard, and I hooked it into this tin rack, and I didn't tell the city because I don't want them ruining my electricity because they probably raise the rates after all of this because they're charging us for peak hours, and I'm thinking to myself, in 2021, I know what I do, I just run the camera out from 2:30 to 6:30 in peak hours and not use the city energy and save my electric bill. So that was my great idea from 2 years ago. So now I'm going to probably get my neighbor on who's 91 in Houston. She's probably going to come in and live with us and say, no, half an hour ago, right? And again, I said, oh, I hate my garage. And I want to dig a big hole. I want to put a basement down there. So what do you put down there? I was like, well, it's going to be all made out of concrete, and it's going to be a giant Faraday box. And because I'm a goofy prepper, I was like, I'm going to buy circuit boards for my refrigerator, for all my air conditioners. I'm going to buy circuit boards for my generator. And I'm going to put everything in a Faraday box. So if an EMP does come and get me, I'm not the brightest man on the planet. So maybe it'll get me. I won't be able to do anything. But what I'm hoping, after seeing Mega Man as a little kid and being freaked out about the whole world after 1975, the nuclear holocaust, I don't know if you've seen that movie. But I was thinking to myself, I'm going to get chips for all my gear in my house. I'm going to create a Faraday room and have all the proper stuff that I think I need to have. And I'm going to walk in this room. It's not going to have windows in it. Maybe I'll have some running water. Maybe I'll have some more backup energy. And I'm going to prepare so that I can stay right where I am. And if an EMP comes and hits me, I can then, froze all your electronics, right? So maybe I can do for the car, I could get my generator and get some power in my house. And maybe I was also thinking about buying a 1950s propane cooled refrigerator. And then I have a 56 Chevy pickup truck that's naturally aspirated for your rod. Maybe I'll be able to drive around that. Of course, I'd have to get it running right now. But I'm just thinking sometimes we need to redirect and remain positive, but also remember that, Americans are very our ingenuity and our guts and our perseverance are amazing. You think of Lewis and Clark just trekking all the way across the country. You think of the Texas Rangers figuring out how to combat the Comanches who are coming down the Buck Country Escarpment every winter to steal all the horses that Spain had left in Texas and Mexico when they ended up having to fight Napoleon. And if you ever read Empire of the Sun and Moon, you would learn all about this amazing Texas history. But you also realize about how hardy Texans are and Americans are in general. So I just wanted to try and redirect everyone. So thinking about how to prepare. I've told so many people, I was like, you need to get your own alternative power because we've got all of these 200-year-old wallets and people don't call them. And then, every other 3 or 4 or 5 years, there's some kind of weird ice storm, the power goes down. And then our city council is very liberal in their redirecting this very profitable electric company that we own 100% of. And the I guess it was made in New Jersey in the I'm just gonna even say this. I apologize for interrupting you, and I'm gonna give you the right back. I'm a 9/11 survivor. I don't know what you're gonna say about 9/11. You can go ahead and say what you want, but I don't have any room to hear anything disparaging about 9/11, about it being blamed for anything, about it being some kind of thing that Space Iranian, Russian, Chinese, it doesn't matter. My concern keeps going deeper. And looking at that, I think this is so jacked up. Like, how are we not shooting things down if it crosses over into U.S. soil? Like above our atmosphere. Why are we not shooting it down? So, fighters jets flying over all the time. And sometimes they get really close. And sometimes they come by and fly by and cut together. And those pilots would get grounded no matter what was happening if they came and entered the airspace that my aerostat was at. So it dumbfounds me how this Chinese balloon could enter our airspace and not get delegated, like you're saying. If you took a private plane and got anywhere near that, you would have jets up on your butt immediately and probably get grounded for years for doing that. Is that not what you would see if you had done that? Okay.
know what data they were gathering. We need to know what capabilities
Wrong.
these things had. Was somebody jumping in?
No. And Adam, if you interrupt again, I'm going to throw you down again. Thank you.
We need to know what capabilities these things have, what kind of data they're getting. Sitting over Montana with over 100 of the Minutemen III ICBM silos is paramount. Now, most of our military infrastructure is fortified against an EMP. However, there's other things that can occur at an altitude like that. A nuclear blast at that altitude would literally wipe out the entire northern portion of the United States. It would be completely useless, no matter how fortified the infrastructure is. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen now, but as things escalate in Ukraine and Russia in that war, and we continue to send the billions of dollars over there, at what point does Russia escalate it to a nuclear war in Ukraine, and something comes over here in the United States just to ensure that we're at least tied up, moving forward in that? So I think we're not going to get any straight answers from our government. Look, I mean, if they're coming out and saying that this has been up in the air for several days and they're just now acknowledging it because we actually saw it, how long has this been going on? And you have a compromised government with Joe Biden. I mean, between everything we know about Hunter and the Chinese, and then you think back to Milley. You remember when General Milley said, "Oh, don't worry, China, if we're going to attack you, we'll let you know through back channels first." You remember that whole discussion right there, which Milley should have been immediately removed from the Joint Chiefs when he said that. I mean, that's treason right there.
But the Chinese regard Biden as a greater threat to China than they regarded
No,
Trump.
they don't.
No,
They don't.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at Chinese media and if you talk to the Chinese people, there's a reason why they called him, Comrade Trump, because he was favorable for China. The trade deal was good for China. And Biden has been more hawkish than Trump, especially with regard to, backing separatist causes in China. And the Chinese have made this known. So, I mean, if you look at
I
their
strongly disagree. If you look at Didong Shang and his TED Talk, well, the equivalent of a TED Talk that he did over there, where he said we now have the favorable people back in the circles at Washington, referring to Biden, completely and totally disagree with that. The trade deal, the second portion of the trade deal that was going to protect all of our stolen IP, that was to be signed a week after we shut everything down for COVID. So I'm not going to agree with that at all.
I mean, you don't have to agree with it, but I mean, this is coming directly from the Chinese. So.
Yeah, and then add on to that the oil reserves that we sold, and then add on to that the 126 tons of gold that we sold them at cost, like 6 or 8 months ago. I don't think that the Chinese see Trump as their friend, and I think they
Not as their friend, but I mean, they would jokingly refer to him as Comrade Trump. But yeah, no, I mean, this is coming directly from the Chinese. They, are right now as well. They view Trump as not just friendly, but more favorable for Russia and Russia and China. They have the same interests, really. It's really, I think, not the South Korea, but the two, which is South Korea, and they just started the Japanese media compound. So I always joke that we might have had some influence over finding out where that crypto gear ended up going. Yeah, I wasn't crypto when they ripped it off, and when they did their thing with 4.6 or whatever. Yeah, so that was great. I was getting $10 over there because we got wings on our way home. Crazy days, man. They found a lot of crypto in Pakistan, by the way. And did you guys know that, like, when you guys went on a mission, with Gary and Ron, and I could hit a laser from like 60 miles away. Yeah. And light up all the enemies on the field. That's pretty crazy technology. Years back, it seemed like it went better since then. Like the UPS program, you could shoot a gun up, 30 miles away, and I could pinpoint within about 15 feet from where you shot it from 3 miles away. I mean, they could read license plates from 20 miles away. It was, and doing then, using, primitive technology like, well, I don't want to say primitive, but I'm sure these plates have better things tonight, from as high up as they are. The amount of intelligence that they can gather, it is absolutely insane. I got a few showings in there if you want to jump in with your brother and kind of get some insight. I know you've got probably more knowledge on this than any of us. So if you want to speak, man, and give us some insight, just throw your hand up, Larry. Tofina, I'm sure she'll bring you right on. No, you can. Okay, I'm just messing with you. I'm just having fun. Listen, you guys, I love what another break because I got a request for another poem. Okay, so what we did earlier was we took a little 30-second break for you guys to retweet the space. By the way, Cam has already done so. Thank you, sir. Very much appreciate that. Here we go. Did I write it? No, of course not. I told ChatGPT, I said, write a short poem about the dangers of not shooting down a Chinese spy balloon that is spotted flying over the United States. And here we go. A foreign sky in our skies, a threat to our nation's pride. The Chinese balloon floats so high, a warning signal to the eye. Ignored, it lingers unconfined, a danger to our peace of mind. The secrets it could steal and find, our security would be declined. We must act with all our might and shoot it down with all our sight. Protect our country day and night and keep our secrets out of sight. For the safety of our land and the freedom we have planned, we must take a firm stand and bring the spy balloon to a crash land. Boom! Down! Right? I don't know. I have some faith in that ChatGPT to run the foreign policy. I don't know about that. I'm gonna Z, I think you're starting on it. Z, go ahead and yeah, go ahead. Yeah, thank you. Excuse my ignorance, but can somebody please explain to me, like, are these balloons navigable if they are? How are they navigable if they're not? Are they at the behest of the winds? I'm not even sure how they actually work. If somebody can explain that, that'd be great. I appreciate it, and I'll step off. It's possible that they are. I'm not sure. I haven't seen, like, I see the pictures and everything, but I don't know if that's the actual picture of the balloon. But it's possible to be semi-maneuverable. It will go like the prevailing winds up in the stratosphere, which I think is like 30 to 60 miles an hour. So how are they able to just navigate over the specific, targets or interesting places they want to gather information from? we've got less than all of our renters. I mean, you could build on yourself. If you started right now, and you could find, a store open, all you really need is a telescope where you can monitor it and predict your truck for it. And then you have an industrial region like its own state. Last year, maybe it could easy. You only need maybe 5 or 6 seconds on it to click right there. Before they send kids to and immediately, encapsulate it so that
platforms carrying.
A payload on an ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile, is a nuclear warhead, but a payload on an aircraft could be anything from a reconnaissance payload to communications payload. It could be a refueler. Payload is just whatever it's carrying that is beyond what it needs to operate in its environment.
Sean, I have a quick question. We talked before you came on about this is not the first time that China has sent these, spying balloons over the U.S. It happened in Hawaii last year, and it's happened in several other countries. Why did the government come out and announce that there is one this time? Is it because people spotted these things? And how often have they been happening that we don't know over the years?
Well, that I don't know, but they're pretty aggressive and pretty comfortably aggressive right now. They're just not getting any sort of pushback from the current administration. So they might be getting ready to do something, or they might just be trying to see what they can get away with. It's either of those, but could be. It's unlikely to be like an internal show of strength, because they would handle that a lot differently. There would have been more fanfare about it. I don't know. What is the old radio show? Only the shadow knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men. I don't know exactly what they're doing. You can use a technique like analysis of competing hypotheses to evaluate different possible explanations, but I haven't done that. You kind of have to collect methodically the indicators, and I'm out of the loop for those kind of things now. So you can still do a lot from open source, but I just haven't been focused on that.
And from a strategic point, they'd be stupid not to do it at this point.
So I'm going to take another 30-second break, and I'm just going to read another poem while you guys retweet the space. So here we go. The prompt here was: write a short poem about people retweeting a Twitter space about a Chinese spy balloon discovered flying over the United States. Okay, here we go. A spy balloon spotted in the sky. A tweet goes viral, people comply. Retweets and shares go soaring high as news of danger spreads on by. A foreign threat in our own air, people react with care and scare. The hashtag trends everywhere as citizens show they truly care. The power of social media, a tool for good and unity, as people raise their voice in plea for their country's security. So let us spread the word with might and bring the spy balloon in sight. Protect our nation day and night and keep our skies shining bright. Thank you, ChatGPT. All right. Hope you retweeted the space, everyone. Who is next?
Oh, can I say that I posted that Chinese border jumpers coming over for 35,000 in the chat?
Thank you very much for doing that. Thank you.
We could do CanCon next, and then Sean McCowan. Sorry if I mispronounce your name.
Yeah, I just wanted to say you brought up the Chinese IP, and that was one of the things we were talking about earlier when somebody was telling me that China was more in line with Trump than they are with Biden. In other words, they liked Trump better than they like Biden in power. When you talk about the IP, that was one of the stipulations of the second China deal that did not get signed because, of course, COVID just kicked in. But then going back to this blimp thing, and just because it hasn't really been put to bed, other than Billings saying that it didn't happen. Colonel Smith, did you see the alleged shooting down of the blimp?
Talking about it was like a smoke trail, or
you saw that, right?
in this. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what all the guard has, but I'm not aware of us having interceptors anymore in that area. At one point in time, we had interceptors, but that was a long time ago. We used to have Sprints and Spartans in North Dakota and kind of northern part of Montana, but not anymore.
But my question is, and this is the first thing that jumped out at me: would a blimp coming down from that altitude have a smoke trail like that?
Absolutely not.
I mean, that's what I was thinking. I mean, these things are filled with helium, and helium's not flammable. It's a pretty stable gas. So why would you have this long ass smoke trail? So I wanted to put that to bed. I don't know if you guys were talking about it before I came in or not.
If you lit up the batteries, depends on battery composition, they'll smoke pretty good in oxygen. So it would increase actually as you descend.
Okay, that's actually a good point. Fair. That's why I asked.
Sean McCowan, go ahead.
Okay, I originally was going to back up Aaron there because I seen that article earlier today about the south border, but it leads me to wonder. We have all these gotaways, as they call them. What would be the probability of more Chinese mixed in with that bunch? And the second thing, we were talking about that balloon. Wouldn't you want a more accurate topographical mapping with possible population density and such if you were planning to possibly do a mainland attack?
Is that Sean? Would you mind taking that, or anyone? Go ahead and jump in.
That's very unlikely. Very, very, very unlikely.
One of the things that I want to point out, I've posted several posts, including Tucker Carlson tonight and Nick Choran.
One second, please. Are you responding to this issue? Okay, then hold on. I noticed that, first of all, that was Sean who went, right? I think you were done.
Yes.
Okay. You're live. I don't think you spoke yet. And I said you were going to go, so let's have you speak. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, hello. How's everybody doing tonight?
Just fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is some interesting conversation. Sean, you're like a gold mine here. And Ken and a couple other folks here. But just listening to the conversations and everything going on, there's
what
a couple.
Chopped liver? You don't like my poems?
I think you're the bomb.
So. I'm just kidding, man. I'm sorry. It's Friday.
No pun intended. No pun intended. So, but with everything going on, like I just, all that I'm looking at, you see, we're talking about the spy balloon. Okay. We had Spec Ops, looking, Monkey Works had a episode on the night, and he was showing the levels and elevations. It was like 19,000 feet, and they were scrambling jammers all around it. It looked like, they were being attacked by mosquitoes the whole time that balloon was going along for the period of time he was observing it. So, um, and the ironic thing too about it, if you look at the fact that this is hitting every mainstream news media source. That's a huge red flag to me, to think that this isn't some kind of distraction to take our eyes off something else going on. I don't know what that might be, but to note on that point. And another point I wanted to make, and Sean, I don't know, what do you say about that elevation? What kind of, at that elevation, or what kind of tactical um, assessment or anything could you do at that level? I mean, they obviously would know. I have no doubt that our military knows exactly what they're dealing with at this point. And the only reason I could see they wouldn't take it out would be something, if it was something chemical or whatever. It just makes no kind of sense whatsoever. If it was brought up to everybody's attention, and if they did take it out, I can assure you would already hear about it. They'd be bragging about it. Yeah, we took this out. They wouldn't be just sitting back there not saying nothing. So that's just one thing I wanted to ask you, Sean. Just from that elevation, what would be the things you would see happening with something cruising along at 19,000 feet?
Am I mistaken, or did what I've read is that it was somewhere in the 80 to 90,000, maybe even as high as 100,000?
No, that's not true. That's not where it was. That's not the elevation it was at. I mean, it was it was in between where you'd fly a Cessna and where you'd fly commercial, and it was in between those and actually below where our military planes would fly typically. So it was in the 19,000 foot range is about where it was at.
This is the first time I've heard you could do anything you want. I mean, at that altitude, you could do anything you wanted. We used to fly cameras on Estes rockets, right, in the 1,000 to 2,000 foot altitude range. So at that altitude, that's really stable.
Okay.
You don't have any difficulty with optical at that altitude. You get up higher and you're moving faster, and there's a lot more jitter, and it's longer range. You would do RF from there. I kind of doubt it's that low, because there's no doubt that is well into at that altitude, it would actually be a hazard to civilian aircraft.
They'd shut down all the airspace.
Yeah, Sean, I heard it was 64,000 feet up.
It's probably honestly changing in altitude. If you see it down at lower altitude, it may be that we've already done something to the envelope, to the outer bladder, and it's descending.
I don't know if you're familiar with Monkey Works, but you can go on and look at his stuff. He does Spec Ops every Friday. He's down to earth, dude. He ain't whacked or out there or nothing. But it's interesting. He tracks all kinds of air traffic.
Is he the guy who did the bulletproof helmet? Am I thinking of the same guy?
I don't watch him religiously, so I don't know. But he showed, he called out the aircraft that was scrambled around it, and it looked like mosquitoes swarming around it, and they were just jammers. They were jammers, and they normally don't fly at that altitude, from what I'm understanding. So that's why he was saying, they're in that 19,000 range is what he was saying. Now he has some solid equipment, so you can look him up. It's Monkey Works, spelled WERK or DRX, ERX. I'm sorry, but And that was what I was basing my information on. Because I'm thinking, you say 90,000 feet. Now, that's typically where they would be, according to what I was told also. So that makes sense what you're saying. But I didn't think you knew about that part. So I don't know where other people were getting their elevations and different things like that. But that's what I was receiving. And he was aware of up 3 at the time when he did his podcast tonight. So that being said, anyway. And then one thing I can address is, when people were talking about EMPs and that they're guarded against anything that's an EMP blast or whatever. I can tell you this: you can do everything unless you're going off the grid type deal. If an EMP goes off, it's going to shut down everything because everything is controlled electronically, pneumatically, somehow, and by default. Even like your gas lines. I work in various industries. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I have a strong background in that type of atmosphere. So, but if you was to lose power, the fail safe on 90%, I would say, unless it would cause something catastrophic in maybe say a refinery or something, it defaults with a mechanical mechanism. If it loses power, and a lot of that's signaled by, it's all signaled electronically, whether it's a milliamp signal or whatever it might be. So if you think that you're going to have power and your furnace is going to be able to run and all that stuff, well, your furnace has electronics in it. And if an EMP hits and it was within range of you to do damage, it's going to fry your furnace. It's not going to run. It's not going to run at all. It's going to fry all electronics. So unless you're completely off grid, you ain't stopping it by putting a generator in because it's going to fry the control panel in your generator. So that's, I don't mean to say that to be scaring anybody, but you're not going to be protected against the EMP blast. And from my understanding, if it was a real EMP threat would be more so coming from Russia versus China. Russia's technology in that field excels China's, and even though China reverse engineers everything, from our electronics to everything we do, I just don't see it as a feasible thing for that to happen. And China again, or Russia, either one, neither one of them are going to try to come on us or at us head on. That would be absolutely horrible for them to do. And China don't work that way. Look at what they do around the country. Look what they did in Africa. Look what they're trying to do in Iraq right now with the Silk Road. They come in and take over, infiltration from within, if you want to call it that. And right now, with the commander and thief that's in the office, no disrespect, but it's just what it is. They have no respect for this administration or anybody he has in place. So one thing I do have confidence in is our God, and the other thing is our military. I still believe in our military. I still believe they are sworn to uphold the Constitution. I don't think we need to be in a panic about what's going on right now. And I do believe God's in control. But I also know that God put the control in the hands of his people. And we can't just sit on our duffs and not do nothing about things going on. But with God, he gave us the authority to deal with everything we have in this world to deal with, including the enemy, whatever it might be. So we operate in that authority when it comes to that. But when we operate in the natural, I just don't see China trying to come at us head on, nor Russia, because they would get annihilated and it wouldn't even be a war. Plus, you got 200 plus million people, probably 200 plus million people, I'd say, are armed citizens. So even that's, if they can take away our guns, that might be a different thing. But to come in as foot soldiers, You know, you got our military, and then you have the people that are.
You're live. I'm so sorry. You want to land your spy balloon pretty soon?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm on a soapbox. You
Don't
guys
be
had a
sorry at
lot.
all. That was so mean of me. That I'm the worst.
No, you're
Go ahead.
good.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
You're good. I appreciate this. Is cool. So, and again, everybody's been great. Sean, you really brought a lot of knowledge into this call, and Ken and a couple other people. But I just don't think people need to be so afraid. I do believe with the whole thing going on, all the media sources covering this thing and making it such a big thing, I truly believe this is some kind of diversion from us doing something else. Maybe it shuts us up from talking about things that are going on in politics, whatever it might be. But that's my take on it. So I'm gonna land my balloon now. I'm gonna land over here in the grass field. So
thank you for keeping it. So for those, thank you so much for your live TV guy for contributing and for sticking to the request. We're not landing planes tonight. Okay, if you want to go that route, we're requesting that you say I'm going to land my spy balloon. Okay, instead I'm going to land my plane. Thank you. And then so I wanted
thank
to
you. God
say
bless.
thank you. God bless. Also wanted to say, what did I want to say? Also wanted to say, I didn't say this, but some really, really smart people said that people who don't retweet spaces, they don't satisfy their partners in bed. Okay, who was next? I know that Greta wanted to talk, so Greta, go ahead, because you got dropped before, and then we have some other new people. Go ahead, Greta.
Yeah, sorry, my raccoon took my phone and ran off with it. So I'm back. It was, I think Sean, one of Sean or Aaron, I can't remember. You were talking with that gal. She was asking whether they were remote or not. Earlier in the space, it was said, yes, they're remote. But if they can remotely deflate it, then can they not be remotely controlled? Because this is just not the wind blowing them just over these military bases. I have an issue with that. Sorry, my raccoon's trying to take my shoe. Yeah. So if they can deflate it remotely, then are they not being maneuvered remotely?
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry.
One other thing, did the Chinese claim that these were their balloons after our government started making the statements? When did that occur? When did the Chinese say, yeah, those are ours?
Thank you so much, Greta. So does somebody want to answer that?
So it happened around simultaneously. The Chinese PLA and the Chinese Foreign Ministry both admitted that this was a unintended incursion by this balloon, by this aerial vehicle, whatever you want to use, projectile, and admitted that it was theirs around about the same time that the American DOD, Pentagon, were coming out and saying that this projectile was in the airspace, and had done XYZ flight pattern from over Canada, Alaska, and so on. So it to be honest, the timing is kind of minuscule at this point because it's been admitted by the Chinese and been confirmed by multiple American sources. So it doesn't really matter about the timing now. We know it's from China and we know it's what it is, and more important is why, what its intentions are, and what precisely was the rationale of both the Chinese and Americans in dealing with it.
Thank you. I think Tony, you're next, then Tam Brat, okay? But don't be a brat. And then go ahead, Tony.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's just on the political end and just kind of maybe following up on the coattails of the other gentleman. I think it was Live Wire. I don't know what his handle is. Don't mean to get it wrong. I mean, there's some questions we have to
that have been asked in the mainstream dinosaur media is, okay, China's got this balloon out, and I guess they can say they can play the incompetence card. It's a misdirected. They can't control it or something. That's their excuse, and I'm going to call like 95% BS on that. Every government does try to play the incompetence or mistake card, and it's crap, and that includes the United States of America. Okay, so that balloon's in our airspace, and this administration has allowed it to be in our airspace, and the excuses I've heard from the United States administration is, we don't want debris field. We don't know where the debris field would go if we shot down if it was over Montana. Um, we're not concerned about the payload, and this looks to be, it's at the end of the day, the United States government is allowing this to happen, and the reason why they're allowing it to happen is because 95% of our government is working hand in hand with the Chinese government, and it's hard for people to get a grasp on that because it's about tearing down the United States of America. They've got Russia as the boogeyman, and it's crap. That's been a crap narrative for like 8 years now. Okay, and so you have to wonder, well, so does the balloon just allow to, just kind of hover around North Central America, like, forever? I mean, at some point, an ultimatum needs to be made. You don't just, we just landed here and there are buddies. I mean, it just makes no sense. It seems to be a diversion. It seems to be a diversion for maybe a possible couple other things. And I don't think they're just wild card theories, I mean, we keep pumping billions of dollars into Ukraine, a proxy war. It's a loser. It's a loser. And then China, they want to get into Taiwan. And we have a security problem with the South China Seas. That's one of the most important trade routes in the Pacific. So there's a bigger play here, and you're not going to get it from CBS, Fox, ABC, NBC, or CBS. And it's up for us to dig into it. And thanks for letting me speak my piece. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it.
May I handle this?
I'm gonna go. No.
Okay.
Who was that? No, I'm sorry. Did you want to comment just on what he said?
I would like to comment as well.
Yeah, I was wanting to comment on what you said.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we need to step back when we say that America is looking weak. And I mean, do we want to look weak or do we want to win? I mean, it's kind of like when Fisher pulled his move in chess, which everybody thought was a very weak move, but he won. It's like the Greeks with the Trojan horse. There's a lot of things that look really weak, but our long goal is to win. So the fact that they're floating a balloon around like a carnival clown, I don't see the big deal.
I appreciate your input, and I'm listening. I don't mean to interrupt, and I appreciate your input. But at what would be considered winning? Or I don't like using that term winning because Trump used it. I'm an independent. I'm a political atheist. But what would you consider a win? We haven't won a world war since World War II. Okay, well, so why are we escalating that right now?
I consider winning keeping the U.S. dollar the most widely spent currency in the world.
Okay, so I understand that. I get that point of view. So you want the U.S. to protect its world reserve currency status.
So Tony, if I may be bold to just chime in, but
sure.
A couple of points here. So the reason we haven't had a world war is more nuanced than just simply America or China or the Soviet Union or Russia not wanting to do that, it's also because America has worked hard to bring former drivers of world wars, namely Germany, Japan, even Korea, on side, right? You know, the amount of investment that the Americans put into Europe in the Marshall Plan in 1948, the amount of money that they put into Japan, the amount of money that they put into South Korea, has brought these former imperialist and, you know, very, very antagonistic entities in the past 70, 80 years on side. So the Americans have attempted, and not just the Americans, just this whole international system, as a way to try and restrict the likelihood of a third world war happening. The whole point of the European Union, it, just as another example, was to prevent war being a constructive choice by integrating the economies of Germany, France, and others to such an extent that if Germany invaded France yet again, it would just devastate their own economy, the steel works, the coal works, and so on. Harold doesn't seem to agree with basic history, but anyway. So it's not just a simple case of, protecting reserve currency. It's about much more than that. The response of the Americans to this development, I personally think, has been quite poor. I agree with you, but think about it this way. In basic game theory, which is an idea, think of chess. How many moves can you move ahead of your opponent, or think of your opponent ahead? Not just in policy, but in other ways. This is a perfect example of this, because the Chinese have lots of options. They could have flown aircraft over the airspace, they could have flown drones, they could have all done all sorts of stuff, but they chose a balloon. Why? It's quite obvious. So what does it do? It gets us freaking out, and that's possibly what the Chinese always wanted. They wanted to see the reaction from the American people, that there's a big balloon floating around over American airspace. Think of Los Angeles, the Battle of Los Angeles in 1947. Think of the aerial lights, as they were known, over DC. Yeah. So a balloon has a lot of stigma in American history. So that freaks out the American people, and that makes the Chinese, one, quite entertained, but two, also they get to see what happens if they do fly planes over. Second, I don't agree with Blinken's response. I don't think that you should have cancelled your trip for two main reasons. One, if you fly to China on your expected trip, you put the Chinese on the back foot. They were already on the back foot because they publicly admitted that this was their mistake and they fucked up. And they're calling for calm, which is not something the Chinese do very often. So,
okay, well, but that, I'm sorry to interrupt just quickly, but that exactly describes what the current administration and government in the United States is. Not just this administration. I'm talking Republicans too. So we're not doing that.
But think about it the other.
I'm sorry. I just want to say this because I know about game theory too, and strategy as well. We absolutely should not, and this is my opinion, of course, and Piotr, I'll let you respond right after, but I got to say this. The worst thing for us to have done would be to have this situation of us being their bitch. They have this thing over our skies right now, and then we go over there? No. We got to handle this business here first. Take care of this first. We'll find out whatever it is. We cannot let it go back to China, whatever we do, and then handle that. So I just wanted to say that before I forget. I have a very short attention span. Go ahead, Piotr.
I think those are all very good points. Getting back to the world reserve currency, it's going to come a point in time where it's unsustainable for the United States. It's because every empire overextends itself. I mean, we spent 20 years in Afghanistan.
You're talking about something which is decades
I don't want to
away.
do it back and forth.
Like
the
Chinese are not going to usurp the United States through the provision of.
Hold on. So I don't want to go back and forth here. So, Tony, are you done speaking? I want you to land your spy balloon. Just take another 30 seconds, minute, just finalize what you wanted to say, and then go, and then we'll take it from there. Go ahead, Tony. You're muted.
Yeah, thank you. At the end of the day, I just think that the United States government is completely complicit in what's going on right here. Okay? And I don't think we can trust anything that comes out of the Pentagon the CIA, the FBI, or any White House official. Bottom line. End of story. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming up and contributing. And if you want to really thank me, retweet the space. I actually want to hear from Shane, because Shane's hand went up right when this topic came up. So, Shane, did you want to add something regarding what was just discussed? And welcome back to the stage. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's good to be back. Actually, I have a couple of questions. I believe it's Sean. I think Sean is the lieutenant or colonel something. If I'm correct on this. So this thing came floating over from China, is what we're being told. And if I'm correct on this, that it's Sean. Would we not have had intel that we could have seen this thing while it was over the one of the oceans somewhere? And why would we not have taken it out at that point? That's my question for Sean. And I have a couple of these because I think Sean is the right guy here.
Well, so a couple things. I don't know the details on how it came over, but I suspect it was a polar. So if it came over the pole, there's not that much you're going to see. And it really depends on the altitude. If I was trying to keep this out of sight, so it would be radars basically picking it up. Your, IR, it's not going to have a really significant infrared signature. So it's not going to show up on like your space-based infrared system. There's not going to be a profound heat signature that's going to make it look suspicious. The launch doesn't look like anything, right? You fill it up with helium likely, and so it's not detectable likely by anything other than the ballistic missile radars. The ballistic missile radars are focused on tracking things that are moving fast. So they're focused on characterizing ballistic missiles. And then they have corollary functions where they're doing space surveillance. But if something shows up that doesn't match that kind of profile, the machines might not even flag it as something. It's not like an air defense radars, which are most likely restricted to coastal areas. A long time ago, we would have had the dew line, up in the northern region of Canada. We would have seen things coming over the pole. Those were designed to pick up relatively slow-moving aircraft. From a space and missile perspective, relatively slow-moving aircraft. We don't have those anymore, so you do still have some air defense radars, but so you don't see it, basically, is what I'm saying, until it gets into near populated areas. You see it on radars that are meant to detect aircraft, not the radars that are meant to detect ballistic missile threats. That's part of the advantage of using these balloons. So that's pretty much why.
So as this thing has been moving over the country, and that's part of why I kind of didn't raise my hand right away to request to speak, because I was trying to catch up on all the news that's out there and then seeing what people are saying. And I'm curious because this thing has clearly traveled over a lot of remote areas, like throughout Montana, and there's even some comment I saw that it was even over Minnesota, which I haven't heard or seen any more about that, but whatever. But it could have clearly been taken out in very remote areas if it was a threat. So on top of that, I've also checked my state email just to verify, because we typically do get emergency response emails if there's any kind of threat to any of us, and there's nothing there. So then the next thing goes to, with all the other things going on, is this nothing more than watch the shiny object? Because it kind of feels that way, and I've seen a lot of comments and posts about stuff of that nature, that this may be nothing more than just, don't watch what's going on over here. Watch this is the news thread that we're gonna suck everybody into, and we're all gonna talk about this while nobody's paying attention to that. So I don't know. I'm just curious because you have had a high level position within the military. I have friends that are equally the same. I don't know equally. I do. Lieutenant colonels, and some Delta Force friends, and I never did serve in the military, so I lean upon them for their intel expertise. and you're right, you do all speak in acronyms, which kind of sucks at times because I always have to stop them to go, what does that stand for? But just from your perspective, if this was truly a threat, and if it was perceived as a threat, significant threat, would it not have already been taken out?
Yeah, you'd like to think so. But it wouldn't be the first time that we've reacted poorly. If you think about like EP3 takedown over Hainan, or the capture of the U.S. Navy small detachment that was on the boat that had mechanical trouble, and I can't remember if they were Straits of Hormuz
That
or
is
in the
correct.
Med.
You guys, hold on one
So
second. I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Catherine Turner, please delete the tweet of the Twin Towers coming down. Okay? I literally saw that in real life. I saw that visual. I tweeted at you to please delete it. It's all over my feed now, and my heart's bracing, and I don't want to have to go to the emergency room tonight. Please delete the tweet of the Twin Towers coming down. I find it offensive. Don't tweet that stuff. I almost died that day. Please be respectful of September the 11th. Thank you. Go ahead.
So you'd like to think there was, if it was a significant threat, it would be taken out. But then you look at, you have gaps and seams in your preparedness, in your strategy, in your plan, in your force posture, and then just there's human error and reactions. If I was going to describe our military readiness state right now, based on what I'm seeing, it would be, fairly fragile and poorly led. And of course, you have presidential administration that is just feckless. So I'm just giving you my personal opinion, not the opinion of the Department of Defense. Obviously, I'm retired, have been for a while, but from what I've seen, they don't have much of a. I mean, look at Afghanistan, right? Pardon me, but how the fuck do you leave $80 billion worth of pretty significant weaponry in for enemy hands, which they're then using against our allies and selling to the highest bidder? It's insanity. But even you go back to World War II, right? We had radar warning posts. They just misinterpreted what they were seeing. So could it be a squirrel? Yeah, I think the reaction of our like I'm seeing all these congressional leaders chime in with the obvious statements. We should do something. And thank you, thank you, Captain Obvious. They're like tweeting it. You're tweeting it. Like there's nothing that demands Viagra more than tweeting out demands from Congress. They know where the White House is. Get your ass over to the White House and demand something there. That's what a congressional leader does. I would love it if congressional leaders would stop tweeting altogether. I mean, I can't believe we're paying them to do this, but anyway, basically, I don't have any faith that if it was a real threat that our military would have taken out. The other thing to keep in mind, for lots of reasons, including posse comitatus and U.S. law, we don't have a lot of assets facing inward. This was one of the gaps in 9/11. Speaking of 9/11, is we had interceptors. There was a very sort of low readiness posture for a lot of the interceptors, which is why you only had, I think it was the 102nd that put a 15 up on the Flight 93. But some of the other, there was no aircraft scrambled to intercept any of the other aircraft. So the reason for that is, the degradation. There's usually no reward for preparedness. And all I can think of is that, you guys probably know the story. I can't think of the man's name. He was the mayor of this town in Japan, and he drove the whole town crazy for like 30 years and insisted on building this huge system of seawalls and barriers and weirs that they could open up and to be able to channel floodwaters around the town. And then Fukushima occurred, that same situation, the tsunami, and his town was saved by this guy. He was dead. He never got to hear them thank him because he was right. he was right in his preparation. So there's no reward for preparation, but it's what we have a military for. They're just not focused inward into CONUS. So once something gets past the perimeter, we don't have a lot of capacity to respond. Although that's what NORAD is supposed to do.
So to that, Sean, I will say this: last Friday, a week ago, the 27th of January, basically it was kind of like an Amber Alert that came out from the ATF, and it went to all federal firearm licensed dealers in our area, warning. And I have screenshots of the actual the text message that went out, and it was followed by a robocall to every federal firearm licensed dealer. And it was that, potential riots, civil unrest, whatever they called it, and to make sure all your firearms are secured safely, as well as all documentation you're required to, maintain. And it went out broadly throughout our area, and we were notified as well as elected people that this could happen, right? There could be something, and I'm not getting anything on the official side, so I'm just saying, to me. And even the person that sent this to me, who is the friend of mine that was in the Delta Force, and he's still much tied into the military complex, and was very heavily tied into the Afghanistan removal prior to the debacle that you just mentioned, which he pulled me into it, which was really weird because I had never been in something like that before. But I think I would have heard stuff by now. He's pretty tight and communicates heavily, which we did today about other things, but this never has come up. And so I'm questioning if this is a whole lot of do about nothing, and just kind of more watch the shiny object type of thing. I question everything right now, because I think like you said, I think our government is not being run so well, particularly on the federal side. Well, in my state side as well, because we're in the minority. But I just question the optics and what they're trying to do and don't overreact and think it through before, people are. I see a lot of comments out there, and even on this thread, there's a lot of comments. So I'll let the other people speak. It's just my take on it that something seems a bit amiss, because if there was any kind of cataclysmic threat that would be there, I think I would have had an official notice by now. So there you go.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I don't know who. Oh, Tam Brack, go ahead.
Awesome. Thanks for letting me speak here, and I won't be a brat. I do want to address this question to one of our military guys, whether it be Sean or CanCon or whoever has military experience that would know this stuff. But I'm wondering, since, the common thought right now is that this is a reconnaissance balloon of China's, and obviously the thought is that they're gathering up all of this, pictures, intelligence of some sort. I would assume that they're transmitting it somewhere, like back to China or to Chinese operatives here in the States or whatever. Don't we have the capability through Starlink or military capability of intercepting anything that they would transmit before it could get sent? That's my question. And I'll land my my spy balloon right now.
There you go. She did it right. Okay, cool. Thank you, Tam Brack. Okay.
You're welcome.
Who wants to take that? Go ahead, Sean.
That was really concise and very articulate. Thank you. I'll try to reciprocate. You can't intercept. You can jam. You can intercept. You can't intercept in real time. You can come close, but transmissions are occurring, pretty much speed of light, depending on the type of link that they have. So when you have a satellite link, you probably have maybe a patch antenna, like a conformal antenna that sort of looks like the shape of the upper end of the balloon envelope on top. That's how you would get to the satellites. And it's probably narrow beam. which means that you have to know which bird they're linking to or birds they're linking to. You don't jam it at the transmitter, you jam it at the receiver. And so that's possible, but it's difficult, at that altitude, because you have to have some advanced knowledge. And maybe we did, maybe we don't. I don't know. We could have the capability and not want to reveal the capability. So sometimes you have a capability, you don't want to show it because you don't want people to know you can do it. You want to save that, for when you really need it. All that's possible. I would really like to give the Department of Defense the benefit of the doubt. Just so very little reason of late to do that, I'm afraid. I'm afraid it's just really a incompetence, and so could they jam it? Is it possible to jam it? Theoretically, yes. Do they have the actual capability to do that? It's a good question. I don't know, because I don't know what links they're using, and I'm not tracking current birds. They could even be using some of our birds, including commercial. We've seen that before. They could be using our own U.S. commercial satellite links to upload their data to backhaul it back to control centers.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate your answer.
Hey, Colonel, can I ask you a question real quick? You said that you would have to jam it from the receiving end.
Yeah, you jam. It's like imagine that you and I are trying to talk across a football field, and there's somebody who wants to prevent you from hearing what I'm saying. They don't yell at me when I'm talking; they yell at you in your ear, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I just wanted to bring up, just to remind people, next week is State of the Union. I'm not sure if it's Tuesday, but this is going to have to be resolved by then, because there's no way, in my opinion, that a president's going to go into a State of the Union with this balloon hanging over the United States, or this not being resolved. So there's also that. So there's a time thing there too, and I mentioned that because they've been saying, I've been hearing on the news, I heard a couple times today that this could linger for several days. This balloon could just sort of wander and linger around. Okay. I'm not.
Spanx.
Yes.
I think you meant to. I think you meant to say hanging over his head, not over the United States,
Yes,
because
hanging over his head.
after hearing like his speech, I don't know if today is yesterday now because it's beyond midnight. But listening to what he said today and yesterday, oh my God, this thing is literally going to be hanging over his head, and he'll be stumbling through that as well. Anyway, sorry.
I mean, it is technically going east, right? It could be anyway. Let's not hope it. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to Radamak, and then back to Tony. Go ahead, Rat.
All right, appreciate it. So a question for either Colonel Smith or Aaron. I think either one of you guys could answer the bulk of this. But so you described why it would be difficult to detect until it got into a populated area. But you guys assume that the Chinese would know that it would be detected once it got into a populated area. So just trying to to think if there was a motive. And I know you don't want to assign motive to this, but given that if it's RF mapping or even RF collection, do you think the us cracking down on Huawei and Huawei receivers, Huawei equipment inside towers, that that perhaps create a hole in what they were already gathering, and this is something to try to fill the hole, even if it's a low ass refresh rate. I mean, they get something now, but could there have been? I mean, I'll second what you said earlier. It's insane the amount of IP that leaves this country. My job, I do cybersecurity now, and we bust our ass trying to protect it. I mean, the Chinese are persistent. They are damn persistent. My company, we spend millions of dollars on personnel and software and equipment and, insider threat. I mean, we had somebody arrested at our company not 3 years ago that was a Chinese national trying to suck out, getting through our CMMC and EC protections. I mean, Of course, he wasn't he had no access to the systems that ever he found his way through, and it's painful because we try our asses off and it still leaks out. But back to the question, what did, did you think they thought they could have gotten away with this, or is this just a run and gather? Or, I mean, hell, you said something earlier. Is it maybe them trying to reveal a capability that they think we have, but they're not sure, that we don't want to admit to yet, and maybe this balloon isn't the best time to admit it?
Well, if you remember what I said earlier, so the friend of mine, I was trying to think of who it was Dave Matire. It was his research project, and he published it, but they might have made it limdis out of Naval Postgrad. But remember what I said earlier about if you see the same statements coming out of different organs within the party, within the government in China, then you know it was pre-planned. So the fact that they had the same statements come out, contemporaneously is telling you that this was pre-planned, because they would go silent to check in with the Central Committee or with Xi. So if they didn't know what to say, so the idea that it was an accident is wrong. That's ludicrous. The idea that they didn't plan for it is ludicrous. Their intent is in question. I think it's a fair question. I don't think it's if it was a precursor to some type of incursion or military, I think you'd see a lot of balloons, right? They would go, and maybe the next time we will see more balloons or a steady stream of them. They're not that expensive. It's kind of like the whole issue with stealing intellectual property, and what you're talking about is attack surface and defense. Your defense can't scale. You open up the attack surface, where you're vulnerable to attacks, and you're basically doing the adversary's work. So if we spend $1 billion to develop a capability and they can steal it for $10 million, that's just money well spent for them, and that's what they've done. So in terms of their intent in this case, clearly they intended to send the balloons where they went. Clearly they intended, they must have anticipated that we would discover it, and maybe that it would be public, hence their statements, which were clearly coordinated and consistent with each other. Now whether they intended to embarrass the administration, or whether they just, were trying to do PR management. I mean, it's no black eye for them. It looks good for them. If they can invade U.S. airspace and U.S. airspace does nothing, it makes them seem powerful, and they need to seem powerful because, as somebody mentioned earlier with, Belt and Road, they're trying to recruit people to their sphere of influence. So the more powerful they seem, the more likely that is to occur, because if you're a smaller country and you think, the U.S. and its allied nations like Australia, I guess that's debatable now, but U.S., New Zealand, the Five Eyes partners, etc. If you think they cannot defend you or protect you, either in a trade war or other types of warfare, unrestricted warfare against People's Republic, then you're more likely to concede or appease or align with People's Republic. So it's win-win for them unless we react, in an asymmetric way, unless we do something like, start sending balloon grams to Xi Jinping and all of his embassies worldwide and that kind of thing.
All right. Well, thank you very much, sir. Really, I really appreciate you sticking around and going into depth like this. It's been an awesome space. Sphinx, thank you for letting him talk as much as he had. Really appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no, it's my pleasure, and thank you as well. I do want to take a break to give you guys some information. No, it's not breaking news, but I'll give you a hint. It's a chance for you guys to retweet the space. So the prompt I gave for the next poem is write a short, funny poem about people who don't retweet this Twitter space being balloon operators. So here we go. Twitter's buzzing with news so true. A spy balloon flying in view. A tweet to spread the word anew. But what of those who don't retweet too? Could they be secretly in charge of the balloon at large? Their motive and mission so vague as they watch us like a clever sage? Or maybe they just tech impaired and tweets are just too much to bear. They're off doing other things they care, like knitting or petting their teddy bear. So don't judge too quick, my friend, for not all Twitter do bend to spread the world till no end. They're just living life around the bend. Now, you don't just want to be living life around the bend, right? You want to make a difference? Retweet the goddamn space. Sorry, you guys, that's so annoying. I'm gonna not stop doing that. Okay, who is let's go to Peter. I haven't heard Peter yet, and then we can go to we'll take it from there. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, we had this long discussion. I'm in the UK. We had long discussions on this.
Peter, I'm sorry. Did you like my poem?
Yeah, your poem was fabulous. Great.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead. Go ahead. I love your accent. I love your accent.
Okay. Yeah, I'm actually a pilot, and you know, I was on the space last night, and there was a load of nonsense coming out, which was scientifically incorrect, that this balloon was navigating itself around the sky, and some people saying it had little rudders on it, and they had no concept of the atmosphere or how it works, that there is absolutely no directional control over where that balloon goes other than changing its altitude. You know, as the balloon goes up from the ground, the winds will tend to corkscrew, so that'll change drops, which I think over parts of the States is quite high, at about 55, 60,000 feet. Over the North Pole, it's down at 28,000 feet, but in the tropopause, it becomes a lot more stable. Now, so what my point there is, the Chinese would have no direction over that balloon, other than the fact that they would know what the upper wind forecasts were, etc., and the track it was likely to take. So I would then come on to the fact that maybe this was a balloon for testing the atmosphere, or maybe it was sent on purpose, and whether this is actually more of the reason that was not taken down was that somebody doesn't want it to be known that it was actually a meteorological balloon. Because once you've taken it down, you're either going to embarrass the Chinese immensely by saying, oh, we found all equipment on this balloon for spying, or they're going to turn around and say, oh dear, it was actually a meteorological balloon. And I'm just wondering how much of this is a political move in the fact that it wasn't taken down. I even heard stuff about, you know, we can't shoot it down because of debris. You know, what debris is a balloon going to cause? You can pop the damn thing. You know, so it doesn't, there's a lot of things which are not quite adding up, and I'm just starting to think it might be more on a political front than actually. And what are they going to spy? I would have thought they have satellites which can do that. But, you know, my expertise doesn't go into that, so I'd rather listen to other people.
Thank you.
Sink, is I next?
No, hold on one second.
Okay.
Does anybody want to chime in and respond to that? Is Sean still with us? If you want to, Sean, go ahead.
I'd like to respond.
Who was that?
Me.
Okay, so Harold, do you want to respond to what was just said?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to agree with Peter. I think the reason this balloon has been taken down or brought out of the sky is because I think intelligence knows it's a weather balloon. So if they shot it down and realized, and if they did shoot it down or bring it down, they'd have to announce that it was indeed a weather balloon. So it's a lot more useful. It's a much better political tool, flying in the air over the U.S., scaring everyone, because then they can use it as another excuse to rile people up against China and paint this narrative that China is somehow a threat to the U.S. So it's a lot more useful as a political tool flying around. If they shot it down and announced to everyone, oh, it was a weather balloon, it'd be an embarrassment to the U.S., not China.
Thank you so much for that. I just want to say I really thank my co-host. I did not get a chance to thank Phenom before she went to bed because sometimes I'm not able to check the DMs, but this time I did. So, Gianni, I know that you're gonna head off to bed pretty soon. Thank you so much. You're such a great co-host. I so appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and yeah, so thank you. And we'll see you whenever. So apologize. Did you want to say something, Gianni, before you went? Sorry.
No, just much love for everybody. I've enjoyed the conversation. It was very informative. Maybe you can convince Tara to take my place and help you out. She's a night owl like you. So much love to everybody, but I got to be up in 3 hours to work.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, Tara, I'm happy to send you a co-host invite. I don't know. She's not always like by the phone, you know. So, but yeah, let me send that over. So, Tony, go ahead.
Thanks. One thing I want to say is, okay, it's my first time on this space. I want to thank Sphinx. I've retweeted this space. I appreciate everybody's input and discussion. It's been good. It's been civil. It's all been good. And as far as where this balloon is heading, if it's just following the trade winds, well, no one's going to let this thing go all the way back to China. So there's going to become a resolution to it. And Sphinx, you also, brought up a very valid point. There's a State of Union coming up, right? So the United States isn't going to be able to explain this away. They're going to, the media and the United States government, it'll be a benign weather balloon. It's just that it wasn't worth shooting down. There's a bigger picture here, and all I'll ask is anybody listening, and anything comes out of television is a lie. Anything comes out of our U.S. government is BS, and continue to search for the real truth. And thank you very much. I appreciated being a part of the discussion tonight. Thank you.
Hey, Tony, thank you, and you are welcome back anytime. I appreciate your contribution. Thank you for being patient and hanging out with us. Thank you. And I'm not sure who was next, but let's go to. Should I just call you Tam Brat? I mean, it just feels weird, but okay, go ahead, Tam Brat. Tam Brat, that's right. You were the concise one that Sean likes. So yeah, why don't you go ahead?
All right, thanks. I was just gonna chime in about what was talked about earlier about the questioning the elevation of what this balloon's flying at. I was just looking at a Epic Times report, and they were saying that the DOD said it was at 60,000 feet. So just thought I would throw that out there for anybody who wanted to know.
It might have been at 60,000 feet at one time, but the video that I posted up in the Tron or whatever, I was going to ask Sean if he'd take a look at it and give his glance to see if he thinks that's 60,000 feet with the tree line and everything. So we know that they descend depending on the temperature, and obvious if it's commanded to. But at one point it might have been when it was in Canada or something coming over.
Well, that's how high it was when it was over Montana, they said. But the question I wanted to ask somebody is, if it's a balloon, would it actually even be visible and be able to be recorded on people's phones at that height? That seems rather unlikely to me. What do you think?
Well, from the naked eye, I don't think that you can see. I think it might be like 15 meters, or I think Sean might be able to know. like a plane that's like got a wingspan. With the naked eye, you can't see like past 50,000 feet on a perfect day. I know when mine was up in the air at 15,000, I'd have to look at the tether and follow the tether up to find it. So, and that was just at like 15 or 20,000 feet.
Right. And, you know, that's what made me kind of question that as well, what they were putting out at 60,000 feet, because there are people on the ground taking videos of this with their cell phones. And I'm like, how can that be 60,000 feet? I used to be a flight attendant, and even as far up as like 35,000 feet, I don't think you could see a balloon. Really? Do you think? I mean, it just seemed really unlikely what they were putting out. So I was kind of wondering what y'all's opinion was on that.
What do you
Thanks.
think about we do a regatta and just fucking fill the sky up there and tell them to fuck off?
Biden or China?
China. Well, and Biden.
Or both.
Hey, Can, I don't know if you're able, but if you want to look on your phone screen, if you want to accept, if you're not, no problem.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get off here in like a couple minutes. It's almost 4 a.m.
Yeah, okay, that's what I figured. So, okay, let's go to CS. We have not heard from you yet.
I just want to say good morning, everyone. And it's nice to have a group with a decent conversation. And thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. You're welcome.
Wow, what a voice.
I'm trying to get mine done. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so Harold, why don't we go to you? We've been waiting for a bit. Go ahead, Harold.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I don't understand these people that say, "Oh, we have to be harder on China, or we have to be tough on them." I mean, what exactly do you mean? This is the world's #1 economic power at this point. To like go head to head with this with China, who does that benefit exactly? It doesn't benefit anyone. And I also don't understand the argument that somehow the U.S. government is beholden to China, or they're at China's behest, when for the past 50 years to this very day, the United States has been scheming and planning, just like it did with the Soviet Union, to economically and politically undermine China, not only through funding extremist groups within China, but establishing I guess you could say, coalition of states around China to isolate them, force them into an economic corner. I don't get these tough guys who want to go to war with China so bad.
Well, it's the everlasting Cold War. It's never going to end.
Who's the benefit though? It doesn't benefit America. We're getting poorer. People here lose jobs. How many people suffer from depression, drug?
Yo, you're breaking up real bad.
It's actually better than when I could hear him. I'm sorry, that's
I
uncivil,
totally
but
agree with you. I'm trying to figure out who wants to go to war with China.
Oh my God, you were being funny. Oh
Who
wow, I was
I
like,
agree.
I
Sean,
was just
mean,
about to
I love
say,
Colonel.
you, Harold, but I agree.
who
I
wants
was
to go
just
to
there,
war
about
with
to say,
China?
no, the audio was really bad. I agree with Can there. Wow. Okay. Wow, Colonel, I didn't see that one coming. Okay.
But wait, real quick though,
Go ahead.
Sphinx, I want to know who wants to go to war with China. This guy is saying we want to go to war with China. Nobody wants to go to war with China. That's not what anybody's saying here.
Also, it's kind of this concept, this idea of being so afraid to stand up for ourselves that we like don't do anything. That kind of, you're proving the point that you're arguing actually against, because that's acting like we're beholden to China, if anything. Anyway,
Or we're too
go ahead,
weak.
Aaron. Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah, if if we've learned anything from China, that they respect the sword more than they do anything. They respect power. Like whoever was trying to say that that they liked Trump better or whatever. They didn't like Trump better. They respected him because they didn't want to start a war. So they were being good little boys and girls over there, and that's the only way that we're going to be able to rule our country and keep others out of it, which isn't happening. But whatever.
Yeah, I mean they've been taking our money and taking investors' money from U.S. retirees to build a Navy and point it at us for years now, and we just keep handing it over to them. And finally, we've kind of woken up, and now we're like acting a little bit like scaredy cats. Like, don't fall for their nonsense. Their Navy is a joke. They just simply don't have anywhere near the capabilities to test the United States in any type of military confrontation. Even Japan would wipe them out in a month. So that's that. They're not going to intentionally spark a physical confrontation because they know what would happen. So they're going to do shit like go F around on the Senkaku Islands and try to add another way to get food supplies and fuel supplies in other than the two straits, which we could just simply park aircraft carriers in and chokehold them. Like they just don't stand much chance. So they don't want to end up in a direct conflict with us over Taiwan.
Yeah.
Hey,
And to the guy's defense, I'm not standing up for him or anything. It's not like we hadn't been running psyops. It's not like that we hadn't, the United States hasn't lied through their front teeth about many things. But like Emma was saying, is that we've taken this country back. America first, and that's how we have to view things forward. We can't keep looking backwards. We got to,
But now we have
get
somebody who Blinken was supposed to go over there and meet him, and now he bails on it because he gets scared. The Chinese
right.
balloon, and we don't want to knock it down. Literally, I was like, first thing I heard about it, I was like, shoot it down. Really? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah. You almost got it. It's carrot on a stick, 100%. That's what this balloon is.
Exactly.
And all the think
China's
tanks
doing a victory
are,
lap right now. Like Xi Jinping's like,
yeah.
yep, I just showed those bitches who's boss. Like I'm telling you. Oh man.
I actually
Yeah, I don't know the.
go ahead, Sean.
I was just going to say the worst thing the United States has ever done to China, to the people of China, was Marshall and Stilwell interfering to prevent nationalist Chinese from wiping the communists out when they were bottled up against the northern mountains. Everything since then has been a derivation of that failure, that mistake. But to pretend now that somehow the United States is alone in maneuvering in the great power game, or that somehow the regime in China represents the people, that's just absurd.
It's not
I don't even know where to
at
begin.
all.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
America has no problem with Chinese people at all. We have a problem with the regime that is ruling over them and keeping slaves, the Uyghur slaves, and making Nikes and all these cell phones. So, yeah, the guy's totally bullshit.
Hey, and real quick, I just want to say this because earlier in this space, I had somebody call me out and say that Trump was China viewed Trump as more favorable, and they were supposed to send me documents. I have not gotten any of those documents yet, but I did post in the Twitter space here the interview, the Chinese version of the TED Talk from Dong Shang back in 2020 after the election, where he said the favorable regime is back in place, that Biden is more favorable than Trump. And Dong Shang also, just so you know, was the guy that was sent to the DC bookstore. I think it's called Prose and I can't remember the name of it, but it's a famous bookstore in DC. He was sent there ahead of time for Xi
books,
Jinping's.
boys, and
What's
poets.
that?
busboys and poets.
No, no, no. No. I specifically remember the word prose, Colonel. I can't remember the name of it, but he was sent there to do a book tour for Xi Jinping before his visit back in, I think it was 2014. But he's a pretty high up guy in the CCP, saying that Biden is far more favorable than Trump because they now have people back on the inside in Washington.
I missed that part.
Cam, I just tagged you in a tweet that she posted to the comments to the chat of this tweet of this space. Sorry. And so maybe look, because she did post some things there, but I'd be really curious if you could get back to us and let us know if the information she said, because I do recall her saying she would
Yep.
send you some info if it's there or
Yeah, for
not.
sure. I just saw it. I'll read it now.
Cool, thanks. Let's go to Intel She. You know, I have this thing where I just read what I see. So Intel Sheets, no disrespect, it's just the way I am. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I can let C.S. Walker go first, though. He had his hand up before I did.
Sir, he's already spoken, and I'm gonna go to you if you want to speak now, unless you would like to wait a moment, we can come back to you.
Yeah, I can wait. That I was good. Just follow on. I think it was what Emma was saying, but I can wait.
Okay, CS, go ahead.
No, I just want to address what that young man Harold, before he left, he stated. I mean, let's face it, folks. Every time we turn around, the United States is being accused of beating somebody up. I mean, now we're beating up the Chinese. Nobody beats up the Chinese. Let's be realistic about that. And not only that, but if you take a look at something, fine. Do we have operations against the Chinese, whether they're intelligence gathering or covert? Well, yeah, everybody does. But then again, the Chinese has it against the United States also. And again, the capital of the United States for espionage and counterintelligence is Washington, D.C. So, of course, the Chinese are doing the same exact thing that the Americans are doing. And as far as the economy is concerned, well, their technology, it's all stolen technology. Hell, they even stole a diagram for the selfie stick. And then they started making cheap knockoffs about that and selling it on the market.
They
And
couldn't
the
even
actual
reverse
creator
engineer
of it,
it like half decent.
no, they couldn't. But I mean, it's a case that their technology is all stolen technology, and then some of it, and I'm not saying all of it, but some of it is dumbed down. And it's inferior in quality, but yet they still make it work. So to say that the Chinese can get beat up by the United States economically, technologically, or socially is way off course. And as far as the Chinese with this whole thing with, like, let's say the balloon. Okay, well, that's not very original. That's been happening since World War II. The Nazis did it. The Russians did it. They all came across the United States. So the Chinese, in all actuality, are not very creative at all.
No, they aren't. I don't think they've ever come up with anything of their own ideas ever. I mean, everything's a copycat, and their aircraft carriers are kind of a joke. You can't really get a plane off of them. People believe they hear, oh, China's got another aircraft carrier. They're like, it's amazing power. They talk a big game. Let's just put it that way. Their technology, it also, just one thing to push back on, CS, everything you said I agreed with, except for that we couldn't test them on technological advancement, because all they can do is assemble. Like, they can do the parts that we don't want to do. We do more advanced chips, everything else, and that's why they're so perturbed at the moment, because we've really like choked off their ability to build AI, to do anything, because they can't get the good chips that they need. Hello.
Nope. Hi, doesn't work that way. You're gonna go on mute, please, and raise your hand, and we'll come to you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so my suggestion is, now if you look at...
Thank you, sir, for that. Okay, who was next? Not having none of that. Were you done speaking?
Yeah, I'm done speaking, but I'm happy to chat about whatever anybody who wants to chat. If I don't want to leave it open and quiet.
Yeah, no. Actually, because I think that I'm sorry, I'm blanking right now, but Carlos, you've been trying to get up for a while. Did you want to go now? Oh wait, no, Intelchi, go ahead. It was you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so I just came in, so I don't know, what's been touched on, what hasn't. I assume I was looking at the nest. It looks like you guys went a lot into the balloon. Not sure if it's still mainly the balloon or it kind of has shifted to other topics. Is that correct? Or
It's mostly the balloon, yeah, still. Balloon,
yeah,
China stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
It's an aerostat.
Yeah, I think that whatever they were trying to achieve with this balloon, I think it completely backfired. Like I was in another space talking about this balloon, and there were people trying to talk about the greatness of China and their satellites. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, they got 260 satellites, and how good are their satellites if they're having to use a balloon, which balloons haven't really been used much for intelligence gathering since the 1950s. So it really shows the lack of confidence in their satellite capabilities if they're resorting to a balloon. And in terms of the maneuverability, that was an argument I had in the last space. It doesn't appear that this balloon has any capability to actually maneuver. There's no propulsion system. There's no motors. There's no fins. It's just a balloon with solar panels on it.
I feel bad you had to have that argument and waste your time.
Yeah, the argument was because the Pentagon press secretary made a comment saying that the balloon was maneuverable, and I was like, okay, this kind of reminds me of Bill Clinton when he said it depends on what the definition of is. It's like, okay, well, what do they mean by maneuverable? Because I mean, if it can go up and down, is that maneuverable?
Or define relations.
Like I would say up and down does not qualify, but whatever everybody else thinks.
Well, four direction. Yeah, I mean you got up and down and horizontally. Yeah, so I would say.
But you got to be able to go left and right, and
Well,
I don't know.
there are balloons that are maneuverable, but this is not one of them.
No.
Yeah, that's what I've
We know
gathered
there's
too,
another one, right?
There are two others.
Oh.
There's two others.
Three others. Sorry,
three others. Whoa. Okay. So where are those ones now? Do we know, or do we care?
So there's potentially one just north of Montana in Canada. There was a NOTAM that was issued saying, in the NOTAM, they talk about a untethered balloon at an altitude between 20,000 and 45,000 feet, and the area had been changed to restricted military airspace.
Can we just shoot all of these down now?
The Canadians haven't said if there's actually a balloon. They had their press statement last night saying potential second balloon. So we haven't seen an updates, and then there also was a river joint that went to Canada. So it definitely kind of to me says there's probably a balloon somewhere in Canada. And then there's the report of a balloon being confirmed. According to the Pentagon, somewhere in Latin America, the reporting leads to Costa Rica. But somewhere in Latin America, and then the balloon that's in the United States. And this whole thing it's not new.
It's going to be laughable.
Yeah, well, I get this must just be the advent of the rise of social media, because this isn't the first time that China's done this. There was an incident in 2019 with a similar balloon, and they've done this over Japan, Guam, the Philippines,
they love to harass Japan.
Taiwan. Yeah, these balloons are nothing new, and China regularly, I don't know if brag's the right word, but as most recently as November of last year, they had this huge article from the Chinese Academy of the Sciences talking about the advancements that they've made with their high altitude balloon program, and you look at the pictures of that, and it's like the same freaking balloon. And the only thing that was notable, like the potentially different, was the balloon in the press statement. They said had a lift capacity of 1.2 tons, and they were able to allegedly launch a drone from it. They didn't show anything to show that,
I'm sure
but
pigs
that's what
can
they
fly
claimed.
too from that drone, and they're in there, and there's nukes too. This is just too much. It's just.
Yeah, so it's like this program's not new,
But why don't we
and
talk about
I guess it must be social media.
why don't we talk about why we're not just shooting them the F down? Like, I'm about to change my Twitter name to be like the Wild Texan and get some guns and start shooting. Like some.
So, and before you came, we did talk about a couple of reasons. One, and this is not a reason not to shoot them down, but something that we might just not be thinking of, which might be if there's like a biological weapon
Oh,
in
that's a
there.
good point.
That would,
That's actually a
or
really
like
good point.
that would be the only reason I would see for not hastily shooting it down. If it's in something that would survive on its way down to where there's atmospheric
So
pressure.
China, though, even if so it depends. Are you thinking, when you say biological weapon, are you thinking like something that's highly toxic, or are you thinking like another type of trying to like poison, like another COVID, derived type of deal?
Well, I was more thinking of something that is a very
Exactly.
potent,
Okay.
like, yeah, COVID times
There you go.
20,
That
like
makes sense.
airborne type. Yeah.
Good thinking. I tend to be reactive. That's why I'm not a general.
Hey, Can, go
Yeah,
ahead. It seems like
I just wanted to say real quick that when Colonel Smith was here, he had to sign off, but he had said that the likelihood of one of these balloons containing a biological would be unlikely because of the altitude and the temperature that it would be stored at up there, and to survive any explosion that would have brought it down. But the reason to bring it down would have been to acquire the equipment that was on there. Assuming another thing we talked about was a self-destruct, but assuming it didn't have a self-destruct, to be able to determine exactly what it was doing. So the biologic, because we talked about like EMPs earlier, we talked about the potential of an EMP, but more than likely we talked about the potential of this just being a penetration test to see how far in they could get and that kind of thing. So I'll just leave that at that.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go to Nico and then Bill and then Bloor. Go ahead, Nico.
Hey, thanks for giving me the mic.
Also, I'm just going to say, I'm not letting up anyone who's naked in their profile picture, so stop requesting. Thanks. Go ahead, Nico.
I was actually going to say exactly what Can was saying. The likelihood of it being biological due to its altitude would be unlikely. But here's the other thing: everyone's really talking about what's been said in the media from Pentagon or from the White House. Now, this whole thing just does not make sense. Nothing has made sense so far about this thing. So maybe we should go down the rabbit hole a little bit. What if this is a way to, irrespective of what it is, who planned it, and what if this is just a way to gauge the public's reaction to something like this in the altitude? I hate to look at it like that, but I think there is a lot of media coverage on this, and to me, this looks like a test. It looks like to see what the general sentiment amongst the people is, and it feels very fishy to me. I hate to go down the rabbit hole, but this is what it looks like to me.
See, to me, it looks the same way, but from the perspective of Xi Jinping trying to test Biden's real propensity to, shoot it down, be a little more.
Well, that's assuming that Biden and Xi Jinping aren't in cahoots.
Yes, of course. But when Biden enacted the CHIPS Act, I mean, it's hard to say that how would Xi Jinping possibly still be in cahoots with Biden after that one? It really just destroyed China's ability to do really much of anything. So that's why I think China's really agitated and wants to move a lot quicker on Taiwan than it did literally just like a few months ago. I mean, I don't know exactly when the CHIPS Act was implemented, or effective, excuse me, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't think this was a huge narrative. Like, I don't think this is like a feeler for like the reaction. I think a lot of this is just social media, right? Like, it's happened before. This isn't the first time a Chinese balloon has come to the U.S. It just didn't really get attention in the past. What made this time different was you had a bunch of storm chasers and some local photographers with like 500 millimeter lenses posting about it, and then it went viral. And if you look in China, they're actually not really talking about this a whole lot. Like, yeah, you can go on the Global Times and they're kind of taunting us, but you go on Chinese social media and there's virtually nothing. And within the Chinese domestic sphere, they're saying, like, yeah, we goofed up on this. Like, this isn't good look for us. And they're barely talking about it at all. Versus the West, where like it seems like all we've talked about the last 24 hours is this, and I think it's due to just social media.
Yeah, well, I also think
Right,
it's
like,
interesting why the Pentagon keeps making these statements. It's like, did they really have to say there's another balloon over Latin America? Like, I mean, do we really need to know that at this moment? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, and all the false information that they came out and said on NORAD and the Department of Defense just escalated it. If they would have just taken it down and wrapped it up, got the information off of it, and sent it back to China bare, and just shut up about it, it'd all be over. But I think with the data part, if you think that there's a conspiracy about trying to see how we react, I think all that came from COVID. They got all the information they needed.
So I realized while the last person was speaking that I judged a book by its cover. I would like to apologize. So, player one, I have brought you up. I'm giving you a chance. Please feel free to raise your hand so that you can share. And dear people in the space, I'm going to try to be better, be a better human being and less judgmental. Okay, so I think Bill was next. Unless Aaron, were you done? If you were not done talking, go ahead.
I'm done, but I know why you brought him up. He's got nice pecs.
You see that? You see that? I can
seen them
never win.
pecs.
I
Go,
can
girl.
never listen.
That
Listen
is
up,
not
everyone. Listen up, everyone. I was trying to correct a wrong, okay? Because I judged this person based on his looks, and that's not right. Is that right? No, it's not. Okay, so now let's go over to Bill. Go ahead, Bill.
Hi, thanks so much for giving me a mic, and excuse me because I'm pretty nervous. I've this is maybe my 5th time speaking, and there's a lot of people. But yeah, my name is
Okay,
Bill.
don't be nervous. Everyone's sitting there naked. Just don't worry about it.
Oh wow,
We're
yeah,
cheering
that
you
kind
on.
of helps, huh? Yeah, that's funny. That's what they tell you in acting class too, to pretend the audience is naked or something. But anyway, I live in
we're all
Taiwan.
naked watching you. Sorry.
I'm living in Taiwan now, so I have a lot of insight that I'd like to add, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
But if you look at my name, you know, my handle is Bill's Rantings of a Conspiracy Realist. You know, I try to keep everything real and factual, but it triggers a lot of people. So anyway, the last person who said that the media in China is not saying anything, that's totally true, and either is Taiwan. I looked all in the news and I can't find anything. And if you know, why wouldn't we be talking about it here? If, you know, we're kind of like on America's side and on good terms with the West. So why wouldn't we be sharing the same frenzy of information here as you're getting there? And we're not getting it at all. I'm telling you, it's not here. And another thing is I've dropped a few links that I hope you can take a look at. The most important thing I wanted to mention is this video. I only know about this video because, you know, when 9/11 happened, I had a lot of questions. I went down a rabbit hole or two. But one of those rabbit holes that's, got groundings in reality is about PNAC. That is the Project for a New American Century that Dick Cheney and Wolfowitz and Rumsfeld, all those neocons, were all a part of. And they had a document called the Rebuilding of America's Defenses that came out in early 2000 or late 2000, early 2001. But anyway, in that document, they mentioned, and I'm sorry I'm going back just for context for this video I'm sharing. They talked about rebuilding America's defenses and how to get America, to stay on top as a supreme superpower, just a think tank. But in that document, Rebuilding America's Defenses, and I have links on my page, they talk about the need for a new Pearl Harbor event, and that if there was such an event, it would cause a helpful wave of indignation for military action to go into preemptively started going into other countries, which we started doing after 9/11. It's a strange thing, but it is totally true. I've got a video about it and the documents that you can see for yourselves linked on my page. And that brings me to the video I shared. And this is from
I'm sorry, where's the video? Have you posted
Yeah,
that
I mean,
on
I
your
searched
page?
this timeline. I don't know what you're referring to.
Could you post? Can you post whatever it is in the chat of the space?
Sure. I'm new on Twitter.
Us a quick synopsis of it, and then land your spy.
I can put it in the nest for you if you can make it clear to me which one to pick.
No, I don't want to keep, because it's glitching. The space is going to glitch if we keep putting stuff in the nest. That's why. But
the nest. Okay, sure. Let me look for it real quick.
Because apparently it causes glitches.
You can put one, but he has a lot, so.
No, I don't. You can share. How about the video, the Thomas Barnett
perfect.
video?
Yeah, put the video up
Please.
in the nest. Yeah, put the video up in the nest. That would be great. But
because this is what I'm
put in the chat. That would be great. No, it's just that sometimes we get people doing like 4 or 5 at a time, and then it makes it glitchy. But yeah, go ahead and do that. But did you want to add something else?
Yes, please. So I wanted to go about that back context just to bring you up to this video now that you're going to pop up there for me. And this is from 2004. And it's a lecture by a political scientist named Thomas Barnett on C-SPAN. I only know this because, I was asking questions about 9/11 and I saw the neocons and I came upon this. It's called The Pentagon's New Map. It's a book, and he gave a lecture about it to a Naval Academy. And I wrote it on there and put some context about it. He says that the Pentagon's plan back then was the same as it's been 10 years prior about the future of war. And they say it's Taiwan Straits, China, USA 2025. So this is a very interesting, strange video that I would just like to get people to see and talk about, because it's strange that we're so close to that date, but they talked about this back then. And really, that's all I have to say. But I am a local here. I've been living abroad almost 20 years in Taiwan, so happy to answer any questions. But I'm not like a native. I'm not fluent in Mandarin, but I can hold my own a bit. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Listen, I'm just gonna, player one, I don't want you on my stage, okay? I don't know what the hell is the matter with you, but you got to put a goddamn shirt on if you want to be around here, because you are giving me a bad reputation. So let's see what you got to say so we can skedaddle you off the stage, okay? Player one, I'm sorry, but we got to get him off this stage. Player one, what do you got? I hope nobody dropped him. That would not be cool, because that means I okay.
I'll find him and invite him back into the space. I'll see if I can find him.
Okay. Yeah. So who was let's go to Bloor.
Hi there. Hey, I noticed a lot of the same people that are in this particular Twitter Spaces today were in some of the other previous ones, and Intel. He brought up some really good discussion points, and it was a mixed bag of people that were bringing in all kinds of input. I mean, there were people that are, more or less like the Mad Hatter side of this, and then there's the real McCoy type people that were involved in the discussion. And I've been in this topic for all day, literally from opinions from Eric Schmidt, the guy that was president of Google, to Eric Swalwell, who was making, excuse the expression, dick jokes. It's typically what these clowns do. And I kind of agree that there's a trial balloon, excuse the pun, aspect to this, where the last speaker, the guy in Taiwan, was talking about a planned event, something out of one of the old scenario books. The AI that typically funnels a lot of information to my Twitter account. This is a new account. I had a previous account that had like 40,000 followers before it got taken down. But with this new account, today I was being directed to the Naval Institute, NORAD, all these different things, because some of this aligns with my previous experience in those professions. And it was taking it everywhere, and it was a vibrant discussion from everything from the funny to the practical. But in that last discussion, one thing that nobody brought up was the borders and what's coming across the borders, who's coming across the borders. I mean, there's people from everywhere coming into this country. And
Yep.
And that's a real scenario when you mix that with spy balloons and signals and an asymmetrical war requires human intelligence, signal intelligence, electronic intelligence, and I mean just everything, in the financial industry, the microchips, they're quite a bit of them are from China. Hillary Clinton was working on that at the Rose Law Firm, when her partner Vince was found, I guess as part of the lawn at the national park, shortly thereafter. But, they were working on patents for computer chips and with aircraft, the aircraft industry, which ended up as being part of the electronics with commercial aircraft, military aircraft. I believe some of that stuff is still in some of our aircraft. I know Donald Trump was trying to take it out and get all the those old chips taken out of the at least the military aircraft. But then that ties in Hawaii. It ties in with biological weapons. I mean, this is a no-brainer. The COVID virus came from Wuhan laboratory. That was one of the things that got my Twitter account suspended, was talking about that back in 2020. And a lot of other people are just starting to finally get back on Twitter, thanks to Elon Musk taking it over, and Elon Musk letting these things like these Twitter spaces develop. And, my account was shut down. Again, this new account was yesterday. At the same time, Project Veritas account was shut down. And there's a lot of people that were having their account shut down yesterday for some reason, probably about 12 hours ago. So just throwing some, things out there for people to think about. And I think this is a good thing that people are thinking about this. I think this is a good thing that people from all sides, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, there was a guy on that last chat, the last Twitter space, that was from Iraq or something like that, and he was going off on a tangent about, how evil America was. They took over Iraq and, all these wars in Pakistan and Afghanistan. And, and it turned into a debate with some real experts in the military, Department of Defense type people, with a counterpoint. So it was a healthy discussion. Got heated a little bit here and there, but people's emotions are running high with something like that. And that's all I have to say, really, folks. And God bless you.
Well, and God bless you,
God
and
bless.
thanks for letting the helium out and land on that balloon.
Speaking
Alrighty then.
of balloons, I don't think we talked about this, but that viral video going around that we all thought was a video of the balloon being shot down. Twitter added a label to that. The city of Billings, Montana, put out a statement that they were not aware, or they're aware of the video, but that their PD, fire, and airport have not been called to any incidents related to the video, and there haven't been any plane crashes or anything on radar. They've confirmed with Montana, what is this, Department of State, I guess, and the governor, that there have not been any explosions in or around Montana. So, not sure the video is accurate or what it's about.
Thank you so much for that. I'm gonna go to Peter, and then Mad, and then again you until I believe you spoke once before. If you are on the stage and want to speak and or contributing, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi.
I mean, please put your hand up is what I meant, not just go ahead.
Uh,
Sorry.
yeah, it's Peter now. Yeah, just going back, I mean, if we really look at this, I think it's probably more likely that this was actually a meteorological balloon. And I'll say that for a number of reasons. Number one, China would have expected America to have shot it down, and to find spy equipment on it would be highly embarrassing for the Chinese. On the flip side of that, the reason it hasn't been shot down could be that because of public opinion and interest, that there's more of a political statement being made by it's a spy balloon. I cannot see any reason why they would use a balloon for spying, because they have no control over its direction other than looking at wind charts and saying, well, it's going to go this way and then that way, but they have no accurate way of placing it over various places they want to look at. Plus, on top, I would have thought they would get all, and I'm not an expert on this, but I would have thought they'd get all their information from satellites. So,
Sorry, I had to mute you because there's an awful screeching in the background. If you want to go to a better place where there's audio, but I do think we get the gist of it.
Hey,
So if some, go ahead,
hey, I
Cam.
just wanted to chime in real quick. So I don't think Peter was here earlier when we had Colonel Smith on, who is I don't want to say an expert, but he's very knowledgeable on this with his being a colonel in the Air Force, and he explicitly said that even if this thing was a weather balloon, well, first off, it'd be violating our airspace if it was a Chinese weather balloon. But even then, we have the capabilities of bringing that thing down very gently. He made it explicit that we could bring it down without being a threat, like they said, over civilian airspace and stuff. So even the weather balloon, like it's a Chinese weather balloon, if that's what they're claiming, it has no business over our airspace.
Well said.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I mean, I think it has no business over the airspace, but obviously, weather balloon doesn't have quite the same impact as a spy balloon, and the only way of finding out is to bring the thing down and look. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I agree with that, and that was actually what I had asked him was would it be more beneficial to bring this down and figure out exactly what was on it?
So I'm just going to say, if I were a country and I wanted to really throw a rival off and get as much information as I could, what I would do is actually send like something like this, but actually send a like something that once, I would expect it to be taken down at some point, but actually send this dumbass weather thing, right? Because you have to understand what the information the Chinese is getting right now about our response is everything. And I'll be honest with you, we do this in strategic consulting with businesses. Now you send decoys. I mean, this kind of thing, if you want to save face, remain innocent, they honestly, if this turns out to be like they bring it down and it was an innocent thing, it was total reconnaissance strategy thing, and that is, in fact, I think a smarter thing to do than the first time around. Send the actual thing, because you will gauge the time to response, the process. Oh my God, it's all over their media. They got to have a million Twitter spaces about it. They got to do this and this and this. They are not going to respond until blah blah blah. So anyway, that would be just my thing, but I'm not sure if anybody wanted to comment on that or.
Well,
I did.
what you said earlier, Sphinx, I think is interesting. Is this situation going to be resolved before the State of the Union next Tuesday? I mean, that's.
Yeah, I think it will. The balloon is now down in Tennessee. And if it keeps going on its projected path, it'll be in the Atlantic Ocean within like the next day or so.
But they may send another couple. Who knows? I just wanted to point out Sphinx. The way she's thinking is really in line with the way the Communist Party thinks. So they like to, so what they do with their own population, they intentionally sprinkle a lot of lies, and then when things are serious, they will sometimes tell the truth, sometimes tell a lie. But if it's serious enough to threaten its citizens' safety, it behooves the citizens to just trust the government, even though they know they can't really trust them. And that keeps them at like this arm's length slavery-esque situation where the Communist Party is able to kind of like maintain this control over the narrative and everybody and everything, and keep them all nervous and everybody confused. And when you want to like be a psycho, dictatorship and have all these people fighting each other and not knowing what's going on, that's like kind of an effective way to do it. And so what she suggests, it makes a lot of sense from studying the Chinese and how, and if you think of reading like Sun Tzu, it's like, that's one of the main things it teaches is like, to do random, like one of the worst military, opponents is one that just like makes zero sense to you and does like weird things because you're like, I don't know how to react. And so I thought what she was saying, even though she wasn't saying exactly the way I'm thinking of it, but it seems like she's right, kind of right on that.
Yeah, and also these, I've consulted with large companies and stuff who have to deal with these types of governments, and that is how they operate. And this is one tactic, one of the things they do is they do these kinds of things. And we've seen this where they are building a gaslighting defense, okay, where they're doing essentially exactly what I said, where they're going to create a situation where they got caught, they were found out, and yet they were innocent, okay? And they're setting up a precedent to then gaslight in the future when it's not innocent, right? That second balloon, hey, remember that first balloon? This is that. We messed up, kind of thing. You guys are just freaking out over no reason. Oh, what satellites say there's it's something different. No, you're wrong. There's so many ways to set up this sort of gaslighting defense. Is mental, these level of mind games, that quite honestly, some of them take place in interrogation rooms at like high levels Guantanamo, that these governments do on a massive scale. It's beyond strategy. So yeah, I just wanted to chime that in.
That's so on point with how the Communist Party operates and runs its gaslighting campaigns, or I don't know how you would phrase that, but it's really on point.
I wonder too if this has anything to do. I know last week or earlier this week, Kevin McCarthy there was talk about him, making a visit to Taiwan, and when Pelosi was out there, China was just that is
threatening to shoot down the plane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is the worst
Really
thing,
true.
because like in the one China principle, like they do not want heads of or even close to heads of state visiting Taiwan. It's
an affront.
not. What's that?
It's a direct affront to their.
Exactly. So this could be a response to the announcement or plans that McCarthy might make a trip there. So.
And then there was wasn't Blinken supposed to be making a trip? And then he pulled out because of this balloon. The balloon.
Yes, correct. He canceled that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just add to that? The biggest defense we have with China is that China is more than 50% of its economy is dependent on the West. They'll never make up all their trade with places like Russia. So I just wonder if this is saber rattling more than anything more serious, because the West are dependent on their low cost products, and they are dependent on the West for 50% plus of their trade. And of course, they've been badly damaged by COVID. So they need to get their economy going. And they will know that, and they will know that we are their biggest trading partner.
Are we fully aware of of what we've done to China when they, like, pretty much overnight when we enacted the CHIPS Act? Because we prevented any intermediaries from selling any chips to China as well. And we're the ones who make the more advanced chips that China needs for, like, say, its AI and its robotics build out and it's military, and like, so now it's stuck with like the chips you put in your toasters that it makes and it puts together at its own factories. It can't get, unless it's getting, and it probably is getting some off the black market through Russia. I mean, they've always been done things like this, but I mean that's not near. China's huge, right? So the CHIPS Act was like somebody in China or in whoever, wherever they were, when they heard this thing, they went and ever since then, I think the Chinese Communist Party's probably been strategically thinking, how are we gonna we've got to do something about this quick. I don't know what we're gonna do. We can't have a direct military conflict with the US Navy. They'll blow us out in a week. So we need to like saber rattle, kind of like the other gentleman suggested, because the CHIPS Act really, really does, as far as I'm aware, kind of put an albatross around China's ability to do anything meaningful, at least.
I don't know, Aaron, if you're still in the space, but if you want to request again, you're welcome to come back up. Aaron was helping us quite a bit this evening with some information. So I'm going to go to the hands. So who did I say? I said Mad was next. You know what? Should we have Mad go first or Angry? Who do you think? Who cares? Mad, let's have you go first. Okay, go ahead.
Appreciate it.
But
Thank you
don't
very
make
much.
me angry.
No, I'm just mad about clovers because, I love Irish things. So, I've been thinking, I do research, for a living, and, we're all saying it's China, and they even came out, they came out and said it was, they themselves, but I believe we didn't shoot it down because it's ours. And I say that because if we go back a couple years, I'm not sure if it was spoken before, but Alphabet purchased Loon, correct? And then Loon, they decided to say that no budget, let's get rid of that. I think 2021. But then in September of 22, I believe they decided to get like an offset company called Alria, Alrya. And it turns out they took the same technology, but then they said they weren't using balloons. But if you look what they are doing, they're actually working with the Space Force and looking at communications and lasers to communicate between satellites. And also what it states on their website, it shows their partners, and Space Plus and the Air Force and the military is the partners. So what if this is our balloon for that technology, because it speaks about transmitting communications to the moon and Mars for the future. So what if these are actually ours, and the only reason they came through and they're seen right now is because they're actually controlled by the atmospheric heights. And I think Mount Washington, if it was true, was having some atmospheric heights pressure going on right now. So maybe that took the stream of that and pushed these things down below the level now they're seen. So, and now they're scrambling to say, uh-oh, what do we do? Because this technology isn't out. But if you do the research, it's there, and the connection, the dots, and the time frame is just interesting to me, because it looks similar to a loon balloon, where you've got the solar panels on the bottom, and when some people say they can't be controlled, but actually they can be controlled autonomously by the atmospheric pressure up there. And so you can have it circulate in specific areas, because now you've got communications, networking, and things like that. So I don't know if anyone's spoken of that yet, but I've been posting a few, that site, and that's what I'm seeing, and that's what I'm thinking it is, and that's why we didn't shoot it down, along with, this video that comes along that shows, this. Well, I don't know if that's true, because some of the correlations of, and I'm not a big conspiracy guy, but I do the research. Some of the stuff from the video and the individual, I'm not saying it, yeah, they worked at their Air Force. Cool. But then, like, maybe there's a digital creator in the family, you know what I mean? Might want to research that too. Some of the posts, I didn't see anything but business stuff for a while, and then all of a sudden this comes out of nowhere. I mean, it could have been, I don't know, but it could be like a cover-up for our own technology and safety. So that's just my own personal view.
That's a great insight. I'm gonna look into your links and stuff. If it is on your timeline or.
I've been just posting everything anywhere. So if you click on me, I've been responding to a couple posts. But
Awesome.
I grew up. Some of my family's in the military, or used to be, and we work with some things like that. And it's just a question. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And that is, you said it's on your profile page?
I think so. Like if you click my picture, like I've just been
Great.
posting random. Yeah, so you should be able to find it on one of the posts. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Matt. I'm now gonna go get angry. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Angry.
perfect.
Hey guys, what's up, man? I'm loving the chat, by the way. I think one thing that a lot of people haven't thought about is the nature of the balloon. If you look at it, it's almost completely 100% spherical. What's interesting about that is like with the upper atmosphere and everything else, you know, they say it's not controlled because it doesn't have fins or ailerons. But actually, if there's a gyroscope inside that balloon, it wouldn't move, you know, in like 10-foot circles, but they would be able to control the direction of that balloon, you know, feet, which add up to miles. So within a couple hundred miles, they would accurately be able to move that balloon with an internal gyroscope. The one thing that's really interesting is nobody was talking about whenever it went over Missouri, Fort Leonard Wood. There's a huge base there. There's a lot of unanswered questions. I think that if they wanted to get it, they could net the balloon, they could bring it down. I mean, guys, you know, are making money out of Red Bull jumping out of balloons in upper atmosphere. I think there's a million ways they could bring it down safely. But I think that a lot of people, if you look at a typical balloon, it's not symmetrical in its distortion. And by having that non-distortion being symmetrical, if there was an internal gyroscope or three, you would be able to move it basically in any direction you would want to. And I think that just because it doesn't have propellers or whatever, it doesn't mean that it's not controllable.
Thank you so much. So I'm gonna go to Nikova. Hey, I know that's not your name, but I have a thing. I just read what I see. And then we're going to go to Sheriff, and then we're going to go to CZ, who is apparently the devil according to SBF. And then we can go to Intelchi again. Okay, go ahead, whoever the heck. Oh, Nick, go ahead, Nico.
Yeah, Nico Venti, all good. I actually don't have too much time now. I've got to jump off, but I just wanted to say I'm going to watch that State of the Union address with Biden. I think it's going to be the funniest thing I've watched this year. I can't wait to watch him make 1,000 gaffes in his hour speech. So I'm going to drop down now. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. So did I say Sheriff was next? Go ahead, Sheriff. And I did not shoot your goddamn deputy. You guys, I am so lame. I don't know what's wrong. Oh, it's 1:35 in the morning. I've been doing this for a gazillion hours. Sheriff, go ahead. Yeah, you're muted, sir. He's probably running, racing, sprinting back to his phone like, I can't believe it. Okay, we're going to go to, we'll come back to you, Sheriff. So what's up, Czar? Is Binance the next FTX?
I hope not. Hey everyone, I'm not actually CZ. Just wanted to put the PFP on. I have some interesting insight in what I believe this spy balloon could be influenced by. I believe that a U-turn trajectory was enacted by Nancy Pelosi, and that was not covered through Chinese government. And the communication between the U.S. and the Chinese government is, at this point, diplomatic. Though I'm not 100% sure about that. That's the feeling in the airwaves that I have.
That's the what that you had? Say that again.
That's what I feel to be true. If that's my theory, as it were.
Oh boy. Oh goodness gracious. I don't know what
Wait a
I'm
minute, wait a minute. Czar, based on what? What are you basing this intel on, or this feeling?
A tweet that somebody posted, so it's not as credible as I'd like it to be. Though it makes a lot of
It's less
sense.
credible than the toe cheese on your small toe, honey. I'm gonna go. Don't be offended. Sheriff, are you back or what's the deal? Okay. Intelchi, you want to come save us from whatever the hell's happening?
Sure. Hopefully the sheriff will come back. Maybe he hasn't used Twitter Spaces before.
sometimes can be a little difficult for folks that haven't used it before. Yeah. Anyways, with this whole talk with the balloon, I was in a space with Peter earlier. I think he dropped down. I think he's in the listener space. I have to agree with what he was saying earlier, and definitely in the spaces I was with him this morning. As this story has continued to develop, and we've gotten more and more pictures of this balloon, and we've gotten more data of the flight path of the balloon, it does not appear to have any capability to actually maneuver. I know the Pentagon press secretary said it had maneuverability, but it hasn't defied the wind at all. It hasn't done anything except for following wind currents. No different than any other weather balloon. And again, this balloon, this program that it falls under the Chinese Academy of the Sciences and the Aerospace Institute of Research in China. They've been working on this balloon for a long time. It's part of their own high altitude balloon program. It's nothing new. You can compare this balloon with the balloon over Japan or the Philippines. It's nothing too fancy, and the capabilities of this balloon are pretty limited, but I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. You know, they're saying it's a spy balloon. I'm kind of doubtful at this point, but let's say it is a spy balloon. What could it be possibly doing? Everyone keeps talking about the nukes. That's common knowledge. Like, you can go on Google and find maps from the mid 80s from anti-nuke silo environmentalists, where they literally have all these silos mapped out, being like, go down, Main Street, 500 feet to the left, there's a nuke silo. And the National Park Service has all these old maps out there, so it's not like it's hidden knowledge. You can find it on Google Maps. And then in terms of the probing aspect, they don't really need to send a balloon to probe our defenses. Russian aircraft regularly try to probe our defenses. That's also public knowledge. You can see the statements. You can see the NOTAMs. You can see on ABSD Exchange all the aircraft flights. So it's like everything's out there. They didn't need to send a balloon over to see what NORAD's response to a balloon would be, or an unidentified aircraft, when the data and the policies, that's all public knowledge. I'm kind of I don't know if it's necessarily accidental, but looking at where the previous launches have come from of the balloon, it's come from, again, that Chinese Academy of Sciences, way out in the middle of nowhere, China. And their previous testing has been with the same exact balloon. So I don't necessarily think it's too nefarious. And again, the capabilities of this, let's say it was a spy, some super sophisticated spy balloon. Why would you risk sending a high value asset into an area where you know it's going to get shut down, and all your secret, highly advanced capabilities are now in the hands of the enemy, where they're going to dissect and figure out how your stuff works? Doesn't make too much sense. If it is a spy balloon, I would say most likely doing SIGINT, and we know as a common fact that a lot of the cellular infrastructure across the Midwest by all these small telecom companies has Huawei equipment that hasn't been removed. But if it did have SIGINT equipment, it hasn't been able to transmit because an RC-135U and a couple F-22s and an E-3 have been stalking this balloon the entire time. So whatever capability was on that balloon, it's not transmitting.
China's on the offensive, putting balloons all over everybody in the world. I mean, I swear it's comical a little bit. I feel like if I say balloon again, I'm just gonna combust. I don't know. It just we sound so bizarre.
You guys, we're gonna start to wind the space down. If you leave now, you're gonna miss some. You're gonna regret it. Let's put it that way. But I'm not gonna give you any hints. So, oh God, Zed Leplin. Jesus, listen, is this Zed guy going to come up and tell me he got a feeling while he was driving home today that I can't. Sheriff, what's up? Do I need to call 911? Are you okay? Do you need a welfare check? What is going on? Are you alive? Oh God, Sheriff.
Can we get you to do stand-up comedy, dude? Because you are.
No, no.
I love it.
What's up, Can?
I just wanted to say to Intel's point. I don't know the rest of your name. I'm sorry. To Intel's point, we did have, like I said, we had Colonel Smith on earlier. He addressed most of those issues that you just talked about, especially the jamming aspect, as well as the intelligence gathering aspect, penetration testing, all that stuff. It'd be really beneficial for you to go back and listen to it. I don't want to speak for him, but every question you just or point you just raised, he addressed, and he's a retired colonel in the Air Force, extremely knowledgeable about all this. I'd highly recommend you go back and listen to when he was talking about all this.
Yes, he was really great, and the good thing is the space is recorded, and we are so appreciative of that. The IRO. How about you? You want to try the IRO?
Is this? Are you talking to me, the Iron Mike?
Yeah, I'm just a silly goose. I only say the part of the names I can see.
Awesome. Well, love and light. This is Showtime from the Iron Mike. I want to thank Spinks for holding this room. Incredible host. I've been enjoying the conversation and the comments. I am a Detroiter, an American, a patriot. I love my country, but China has been my home for the past 25 years. I'm reporting now live from Shanghai at the heart of the People's Republic of China. And I'm very concerned about what's happening in my beloved home country. And I've come here today to share with you, and I'll be really brief, the information and insights that I have on this issue. I've actually put it on my Twitter feed. I've shared a lot of research into like the manufacture of these balloons, their capabilities, how many have been released, a lot of intel and background information that I think all Americans and people of the world need to know. And if the only message that I want to deliver in this short amount of time is I just want to remind people I'm a bit concerned about threat inflation and the way that these kinds of global incidents are used to distract people and get them focused on boogeymen abroad and not focus on some of the things happening under our own watch in our own country. And I like to say that sometimes the Sinophobia, the fear of China coming from the right, and the Russia-phobia, the fear of Russia coming from the left, I like to say that they're basically two butt cheeks on the same ass with the same agenda, booty clapping for war. So love and light. Catch me at the Iron Mike. Thanks for allowing me to speak. Peace.
Thank you so much for that. Wasn't expecting that image right there, but you sure did give it to me. Thank you, sir. That was. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for contributing, and stay safe over there. So I'm gonna go once again to Sheriff. Okay, I give up. I shot your goddamn deputy. You want to talk about it or what? You got nothing to say to me? All right. Craig, let's go. What do you got?
All right. I put the picture of the big balloon on there, the one that has the writing on it. Forget about the writing. Zoom in on the picture. You can actually see the two spherical ends on it on the lower sections with the propellers for maneuverability for the balloon. It's there. You zoom in on it, you can see it. You can see the blades for each. There's a whole line of them. And then above that, you also have solar panels to keep the energy to do whatever it needs, the power for whatever it is. If they have LiDAR on there, they can see under our stuff and can see under the ground. LiDAR will show a lot of stuff. And if we don't shoot that son of a gun down or pull it down somehow, we're going to be showing a lot. I mean, they already know the stuff's there. They can know what's actually a dummy missile versus a real missile. And that's no joke. Think about that once.
Thank you, sir. I'm gonna we're doing a last call. So Sheriff, I think you're just a lost cause. I think you have ghosted us, to be honest with you, and I'm hurt. to be honest. I'm feeling a little rejected, but that's okay. So do my co-hosts have anything they would like to say? Shane, let's start with you.
Well, thanks for bringing me up as a co-host. I've learned a little bit more about technology. I've never done this before, so I appreciate that. Yeah, we'll do this again, and I'm kind of disappointed in the sheriff too, because I really wanted to hear what he had to say. I was hoping like I was going to hear from a constitutional sheriff, and he had some like insight, whether it's about the helium in the balloon or the crash landing, whatever. But guess we didn't get to hear from him. It would have been nice. So no, I appreciate it, and we'll see each other on a space soon, because it is like almost 4 o'clock my time. So 7 a.m. is going to kind of be a little icky, but it is what it is. So thank you for doing it, though.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you always. Thank you very much. Name redacted. Go ahead. Did you want to say something? And then I'll close us out with my surprise.
Sphinx, thanks for putting this on. This was an incredible space. And thank you for getting Colonel Smith up here. Anyone who's later to this space, Sphinx, thanks for recording this, but go back and listen to it. His handle or his name will show up as Sean, but that Colonel Smith was extremely knowledgeable on this whole thing. Spoken a lot of language that, if we're not in the military, we don't understand, but just a wealth of information, and would highly recommend going back and listening to what he had to say. So thank you again, Sphinx and Can, for bringing him up.
Thank you so much. Yes, Can, thank you so much.
Can you say the name again one more time that we should look for the Colonel? Sorry.
No, go ahead,
it
Can.
was listed as Sean, but I'll throw one of his
his at is Sean Smith 1776.
Perfect. We know what that date is. Thank you.
I just added one of his tweets to the top. If you wanted to click on that, you can follow him.
Perfect.
Really good guy.
And thank you so much, Sphinx. This has been a great space, and you have made it also very entertaining. I love the comedy.
Well, okay. Thank you, but it's, I know it's a serious topic.
It's serious, but some levity.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, sorry, that was my dog's being a brat.
Thanks. Can I say something?
Sure, go ahead.
I just want to give you this. You deserve it.
Thank you so much. But let me just, you guys, I want to tell you guys something. Want to close us out with something. Everyone, please close your eyes and really feel what I'm saying to you right now, okay? Because this is important, okay? And I know these spaces, you guys, I want to say, I know these spaces are very serious. And people who know me, when I go in spaces, I do get very serious. But I do think that when things get sort of this serious, it's okay to sometimes diffuse things. So with that, would you please make this prayer come true for me? Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. My friends all drive Porsches. I must make amends. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? Like top of the line, black on black, you know how it goes.